Meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. Today's Thursday, April 27th. The time is 5:45. This meeting will be continued until all items are complete. We'll start this meeting, Mayor, with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to follow this by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, first responders, and the Romero family right now.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chanel, I think I'm probably a little bit loud.
You're a little
I think I'm a little loud. And Mayor, we got some proclamations and awards.
Good evening. Can we have all of our Rotarians to the front? Here. And then I'll stand at the podium. That's a great group of people right here who love to give back to the community. We have a proclamation tonight recognizing the Flagler Beach Rotary Club. Whereas, after the storms of 2022, our city staff identified a critical need to have a mobile trailer preloaded with cones and barricades that could be utilized post-storm for flooding and/or traffic-related issues. And whereas the cones and barricades were purchased by the city, but we were lacking means to deliver the materials in a timely manner. And whereas, in true Rotarian fashion, the Rotary Club obtained a $11,000 grant that paid for a fully enclosed 6x12 aluminum trailer. And whereas, as true people of action, the trailer was purchased locally, striped locally, thank you to the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, and donated to the city on April 6th, 2023. And whereas, actions speak louder than words, which is a true statement, because words cannot adequately explain how much the motto, people of action, pertains to the Rotary Club of Flagler Beach. And whereas the donation of the Emergency Response Trailer, ERT, by the Rotary Club to the city of Flagler Beach is a huge benefit to the city. It will afford our city staff with a piece of mobile equipment that can be centrally staged and ready to be utilized for traffic control responses when time is of the essence. And whereas the ERT will house barricades, cones, and other traffic-related equipment that can be deployed to divert traffic in a variety of situations, such as vehicle crashes, post-storm flooding, the blocking of streets for low-hanging wires, water main breaks, and house fires. And whereas the Rotarians in Flagler Beach are a group that truly embody the mantra of service above self. And their generosity speaks volumes about how much they truly care about our wonderful community here in Flagler Beach. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on behalf of the entire Flagler Beach City Commission, as well as the citizens of our community, please accept our sincerest thank you for your hard work, due diligence, and generosity in making this emergency response trailer a reality. Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Thank you very much, Mayor Johnston, Chairman Cooley, and Commissioners. On behalf of the Rotary Club of Flagler Beach, please accept our heartfelt thank you for issuing this proclamation. As Rotarians, we are people of action who seek to give back to our community and beyond. We are thrilled that the emergency response trailer will be used to help protect Flagler Beach residents following a disaster at other times of emergency. Making a positive impact locally is one of our highest priorities. Rotary Club of Flagler Beach is deeply committed to our partnership with the City of Flagler Beach. As the organizer of both the Christmas Parade and the 4th of July Parade, as well as sponsor of the City of Flagler Beach Junior Lifeguards Program, we endeavor to support our city wherever possible. We'd also like to take a moment to extend a big thank you to Police Chief Downey for bringing this important need to Rotary's attention. Chief Downey has been the impetus for this project from the start and is always a pleasure to work with. Chief Downey knew we have a very tight deadline to make this trailer grant happen. Despite everything else going on in his world in the weeks working on the grant, he made himself available and worked hard to ensure Rotary's guidelines and deadlines were met. We'd also like to thank Scott Spradley, Commissioner Spradley, for allowing us to use your beautiful photo of the pier. It's that photo there that's also on the trailer. It really makes it look amazing, and we thank you for that. Our small but mighty Rotary Club mirrors our small but mighty city, where residents, city staff, officials, and friends come together to make a difference in the lives of others. We look forward to future cooperation and continuing our mission as people of action. Thank you.
Good-looking group of people.
All right, and that's everything there? All right, just a little bit of housekeeping. If everybody could take a look at their cell phones, make sure they are on silent vibrate or turned off, please. And next we have deletions and changes to the agenda. Janelle, anything? Jane.
The choosing of the person to be on the BPAC. I had asked a couple of people if they were interested. We did get one application from one of them today, but she couldn't be here. It was the anniversary of her husband's death today. So she was afraid she would fall apart if she got up and spoke. And the other person that I asked has not been able to get back to me today because I only spoke to him yesterday. So I was wondering if you would mind putting this off till the next meeting.
Commissioners, let's open this up for discussion. How do you all feel about addressing it now or pushing it off?
I'm fine with pushing it off. It's kind of a short leash, and so I'm good with pushing it to the next meeting.
City manager, is time of the essence with this?
I believe if you delay for one meeting, it's not going to be of any real consequence.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, as the TPO rep for our city, I don't think it would be anything any real big time constraints, because I don't think the next TPO BPAC meeting will be, it's the third Wednesday, yeah, so we're good. We have a little bit of time till May to get the representation for Flagler Beach up there.
Okay, any other thoughts? All right, we have a consensus on that. No other action needed. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, so we will take item 7 and make that for next meeting. The only other question I would have is, are any of the applicants that are on it now not able to make the next meeting? Are the applicants here?
Well, the one, Candace.
Okay, so Candace is on.
Candace is the one who told me. She was here for the recycle thing, but
Okay.
she had to go. She was losing it.
And candidate Palmer, is candidate Palmer here? Okay, so this will probably work out for the better then. Okay. That makes that a little bit easier, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll move on to public comments. This is comments for items that are not on the agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes, and please address me as the chair. And come on up. If you can, please state your name and address.
Susan Price, 2400 South Daytona Avenue. I am going to have comments about the stormwater flood plan. I see that, somebody's finally doing something, but I'd like to speak anyway. The 2300 to the 2600 blocks of South Daytona and South Flagler Avenue were approved by the board in February with a start of a date of April 1st. Job to be completed by July 1st. April has come and gone. April 1st came. I called James on April 10th. He called down, spoke to Lee Richards, and was told that they would start putting in the valves Thursday, April 13th. As usual, nobody showed up to do anything on April 13th. I advised James. We came to the meeting on April 13th, pleaded to have the 3 valves installed in our 2400 block of South Flagler. Again, with Lee Richards advising against doing that. We reached out to James on the commission, and the commission at the meeting stated that they wanted to go ahead and get the 3 valves going. So we were given another date by the engineer of April 20th to start. Again, nobody showed up. After another call to James, we were told April 26th. Again, no work was done. That's 5 promises in the month of April to start the valves, the 3 valves that we have, and get them installed in our area. We reached out to James again. I received an email that Mead and Hunt had been out on the 26th. That email states the contractor was briefly on site this morning and discussed the means and methods of installation, but no crews have been mobilized to begin the actual installation work. The drainage structures at the location posed for retrofit are underwater and will need to be isolated from tidal effects to allow for installation. The technical challenge of diving or floating in the appropriately sized plugs and pumps is currently being coordinated. We'll give you another update once an action plan is gained from the contractor. And this is a representative from Mead and Hunt. So we've contracted with a construction company through Mead and Hunt that appears haven't even looked at the job yet. They didn't know water was in the pipes. The reason for replacing the valves is because they let the water from the pipes from the intercoastal into the storm drains, and it floods our properties and our homes. They have just now decided to come up with an action plan. Who is in charge of this project? Who has dropped the ball, and when is somebody on the board going to do something about it? It's quite apparent that nobody's in charge, or they are completely incompetent, maybe need to be terminated. The contractor should have had an action plan, the scope of work to be done prior to bidding the project, and here we are on April 27th, and nothing is done. A RFP, request for proposal, should have been issued for bidding, and within that RFP should have been a detailed scope of work with details to include means and methods, material specifications, duration of the project, all outlining the entire project, and include site visits to produce an action plan. We now seem to be doing this on the back end of our now suspended project. Rick Bellhumer was in our neighborhood yesterday. He went to speak to Ed and Donna Schneider about why the valves being installed was not going to work. He left there with assurances to them that he would fight to get the valves fixed this time, and to give us a short-term fix on saving our homes and yards for this hurricane season.
Susan, you're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay. I sent out to all of you today an article found by Ed and Donna Schneider specifically detailing the flood mitigation measures taken by the city of St. Augustine. The flooding problem mimics the problems in Flagler Beach to a T. It is us. What happens, it happens to us on a regular basis. They've been able to solve the problems and take care of their citizens. I'm requesting today that I get another start and completion date for getting these valves installed. The city has been negligent in your response to your citizens. You've stated so 3 different times on record at these meetings. And I will tell you that if this project is not completed before hurricane season, and any of our neighbors have damage or flooded by stormwater coming out of these storm drains that have not been fixed nor maintained for 15 years, we will proceed with litigation. You have my promise on that. I don't go back on my promises, unlike the city of Flagler Beach.
All right, anybody else for public comment? Items not on the agenda. Nobody? All right, we'll close public comment. City Manager, do you want to respond to that now, or do you want to wait until we're under that item? Is that going to get included and answered in that item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would recommend we do have a complete, comprehensive response to the comments made, and I suggest that we do that with the overall presentation on stormwater.
Okay, so we'll get that question answered upcoming. All right, thank you. All right. Item 7 has been pulled. We have, oh, heck, I'm jumping ahead. So we have minutes. Consent agenda. So we have regular meeting minutes of April 13th, 2023. Did everybody get a copy and has reviewed them? Any comments?
Motion to approve?
Second motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on minutes of April 13th, 2023? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, now we will move on to general business. Item 7 has been struck. So we have discussion of stormwater projects. And City Manager, I'll let you do the intro on this and take us through. And just so the public knows, there's a PowerPoint presentation that we're going to be covering, and there is some copies of the deck. And they are located up in the front chair there if anybody wants a copy of the actual deck.
And I would say if there's more demand than what we have supplies, just anybody just lets us know, we'll make more copies.
Got it.
We got as many made as we could in a short time, so they're...
Okay. All right, so go ahead, City Manager, take it away.
The agenda, it's on stormwater projects, and I would like to introduce the subject by saying that we are in a new era, and not just we, not just Flagler Beach, but the reference was made to another city, St. Augustine, which is also coming up with the same problems which we are facing. And stormwater is really not so much an accurate term now, because we are facing brand new problems that with our stormwater issue that's being caused largely by not storms or not hurricanes, but it's now being caused by tidal surge and by sea level rise. So we're coming up with solutions, and Lee is going to talk about what some of those solutions are. But I think it's important that people start thinking of the new dilemma, new paradigm that we are facing in city government, and that is that not is it just storms and hurricanes, which are still problems and still relevant, but we are also facing tidal surge. And a lot of the problems that we are going to talk about tonight are in fact tidal surge. So Lee's presentation will address the current storm-related problems, going to talk about the project that was mentioned under public comments, but is also going to talk about the problems that we are seeing in the future. So if I can, I'm going to turn it over to Lee, and Lee, if you would do your presentation, and within that presentation incorporate the issue that came up under public comments, if you would, please.
Thank you very much. Stormwater and floodplain management. It's not an easy topic to cover in a simple little PowerPoint. However, I'm going to try. It's on.
Pull it towards you a little bit.
Yeah, if you could just pull closer,
Can't-
it's hard to hear you.
Can't hear me? How's that?
It's better.
Okay, sorry. So, what is a stormwater management system? I'm not going to sit here and read these, but I just want to point out the important factors here. That a stormwater management plan not only is to prevent flooding, but it's also to remove pollutants from our bodies of water so that the storm runoff doesn't carry those pollutants into state waters. And that is what our MS4 is all about. I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. But this little diagram right there shows typically very, very schematically what it's all about. So you've got water that runs off. It gets captured into a storm drain system, typically. It goes through a pipe. It often goes into a settling pond so that the particulate matters, the pollutants, can filter down to the bottom of the pond, and then the cleaner water goes over some sort of a weir or a berm or a pipe of some sort of overflow device that goes into a holding pond, and then that's released into the state waters. That's a very simple version of the concept of treating stormwater for pollutants. A stormwater management plan, it's primarily composed of those bullet points. Public outreach, public education, and that's kind of what this is all about. Public participation and involvement, that's kind of what that was all about. Illicit discharge detection and elimination, that might sound familiar to you. So will construction site runoff control, post-construction runoff control, and pollutant prevention and good housekeeping. Those are all concepts and elements that are part of the MS4 program. And they are also very much a part of the language of the ordinance that we passed at the last meeting. Incorporates all of those. So what does MS4 stand for? You know, we hate acronyms, but you know, it's easier than saying municipal separate storm sewer system every time you want to relate to this. But we are, and this is a state program where we're required to have it, and we must follow a very rigid set of regulations. We are a phase 2 MS4 community. A phase 1 MS4 community are for really large urban areas and medium-sized urban areas. For smaller little towns and cities like us, we go to a phase 2. And it's basically defined as a system of publicly owned conveyances. They include roads, gutters, curbs, swales, ditches, all of those elements that you try to use for stormwater control to hold and treat as stormwater discharges into the public waters, into the state waters, that is. And the intracoastal is what we're talking about largely here. This program is the driver to what can and cannot be done to control those floodwaters. This merely mirrors some of the other things I said on the last slide, but I want to point out that this is not a combined wastewater stormwater facility. Some cities have that. We are a separate wastewater and sewer system, excuse me. And that is not part of a publicly owned treatment works system. It is strictly what comes off the ground and into the water. And that's what an MS4 is all about. And we depend on a gray infrastructure, which means water that, as I said, runs off the ground. And like storm sewer systems, to manage that stormwater. And the little graphic there kind of gives you a diagram of how it's intended to work. Again, water flows off, it picks up pollutants and so forth. It goes into a drainage system and out into the state water system. So as it travels across the landscape, it picks up these pollutants, takes them along for the ride, so to say. Common runoff hitchhikers, I call them, include lawn fertilizer, pet waste, trash, loose sediment, excess road salt, chemicals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All the stuff that we humans put on the ground, and it finds its way into our state water systems and into our water tables as well. So, that looks familiar to most of you here. What causes scenes like that? Well, it's from sewers backing up. And why do they block up? Basically, blockages, system inundation, design features, or design failures rather, or a combination of any and all of the above. This is to try not to get too technical, and I've really tried to keep this fairly simple. In fact, I sent this to my wife, and she said, I understand it completely. So if she understands it, everybody else should. And my wife's a very smart lady, by the way. The first element to understand about storm systems that run in pipes or that run on the ground is that it's gravity fed and gravity controlled. So that means there has to be some sort of slope to either the pipe or the other systems that are meant to convey water along the ground or under the ground. And just to give you an idea, in order for stormwater to run properly, it has to have a slope of at least 1/4 inch per foot. And as I kind of indicated here, just as an example, if you have a pipe that's 100 feet long, that has to have a 2-foot drop in elevation in order to convey water properly. It can be a little less than that, and pipe systems, of course, have, well, if they're in good shape, they have very smooth surfaces with not that much surface tension. So water flows more freely through a pipe than it would along the ground, because the ground is either grass or gravel or some other material. And impedes that. So we are looking at what the basics are here for pipe system. So if you have a 500-foot long rise, or 500-foot long pipe, that is, or a pipe system, okay, you need 10 feet of drop from the top to the bottom, or the beginning to the end, in order for that stormwater, sorry, I keep moving away from the mic, that stormwater to flow freely. Now, what could cause it to stop? We talked about that earlier. Clogs, blocks, a broken pipe, insufficient slope, all of those things. So I ask you to keep this little slide right here in mind, because it's going to be germane to some of the other things I talk about in here. All right, so we do have some specific stormwater project information here. And these are projects that we were talking about last time. And as a matter of fact, I met with Commissioner Bellhumer this afternoon in my office, and we chatted about this. And he gave me some information that I wasn't privy to before. Those asterisk elements up there are dates that that Rick gave me, because he's really has a great memory for these projects. And he was absolutely right about some of them having been done. So these are the major projects that were output from our 2 master plan documents. One was in I thought my time was up. So one was from 2002. That was the master plan that was done by Quentin Hampton, which later became Eden Hunt. And then we had an update that was done in 2009. And the update kind of captured some of the projects that weren't done prior to that update being done. So there was a little bit of redundancy in there. And I speak largely to the South Flagler 9th through 13th Street project as being one of those that were redundant. It was done in 2015, and then we redid it in just this year, as we all know. There are reasons for that. I could get into it, but it's just happened. And that's the way that project came about. So to get more specific about several projects that haven't worked so well, those of you hopefully can recognize where this is. This is South Flagler, the intersection of South Flagler and South 12th Street. Now, this is a kind of a complicated slide, and I wish this pointer was working. But what I show in red are the swale systems. This is a multiple, this is a multiple device system that is meant to work in unison as a complete system. Water, the red swales, you can see those red arrows. That's the point, the direction of flow of the swale systems. And they converge from south going north and north going south at 12th Street. And there are 4 stormwater inlets there, stormwater grates. Now they all connect together in a kind of a circuitous sort of way, and then make a U-turn and go down to the south again on the west side of South Flagler, and then into another catch basin, through an outflow pipe, and into the holding pond. Now, in a perfect world where everything worked exactly the way it was designed, water would come down those swales, they go into those catch basins, go around, and then into the pond. The pond would then lift up in elevation. There's an overflow on the north side of the pond, and you can see where I say outflow pipe over there. That's also an overflow. So there's 2 mechanisms by which the water in the pond are designed to go into that ditch, which is shown in that orange color. And that ditch was originally designed to convey all of that stormwater out to the intracoastal. So why doesn't it work? Well, I've studied this, and in my opinion, those 6 elements up there are why this does not work. A, there's not enough vertical drop. And if you think back to the pipe and the drop, I want to point out to you that the longest run here, and it's over on the right-hand side near the bottom, is 750 linear feet. Now, if you do the math, you would need, in order for that to work right, and that's a combination of swales and pipes, in order for that to work right and convey all that water, you would need, from the start to the finish, a drop of 15 feet. Think about that. 15 feet. We don't have 15 feet. We don't have 5 feet of drop. So, I mean, it's kind of obvious. Something's wrong there, okay? It's designed to work in a topography that won't allow it to work. So that's number 1. Now, the grass swales. The pitch of the grass swales is less than 1. And the spot elevations of the inverts to the grates and the culverts are separated by tenths of an inch, literally tenths of an inch. So when water is trying to convey through those swales, there's just not enough pitch. It's further exacerbated by the fact that it's running through grass. And as I said earlier, grass has a lot of friction to it, and it slows water down. So swales are not only made to convey, but they're also made to hold water, to give it a chance to percolate into the ground and evaporate. And in a perfect world, that's what would happen. All three of those things would happen. And the rule of thumb is that if water sits more than 72 hours, then it's considered a failed system. It's not working right. One of those elements is wrong, is not working right. So, as we continue, the downstream pipes are either clogged or inundated with water, and you can see this by just merely looking into those storm drains. They're always full of water. If they're full of water, runoff coming into them has nowhere else to go. It can't push the water that's already in there through the system. We are also going to scope all those pipes, and we're going to take a look at what the condition of those pipes are. The outflow pipe to the pond is actually below the water line. You can't even see it anymore. And I have it from good evidence of folks that have been here a long time, that there used to be a day when they could go into that pond and see that outflow pipe and the concrete splash block that exists, and they actually could get in there with a weed whacker and get the weeds out of it when they could maintain that. Well, I haven't been able to do that in years. One of the reasons is I believe the pond is silted over. I think there's so much silt and sedimentation in there that the water level naturally has risen because it's not deep enough now. Okay? The outflow pipe from the ponds into the drainage ditch is buried beneath a bunch of rubble and silt. So even the overflow for those pond systems can't work right. And lastly, that ditch that is supposed to convey water down to the intracoastal, well, if you go down there, you'll see standing water in that ditch. And if you look down, maybe about 200 yards to about where that arrow is, it's all overgrown with thickets. I mean, there's Brazilian pepper plants, there's mangroves, there's even piles of dirt and trash down there. By trash, I mean natural trash. I'm talking about, twigs and logs and things of that nature that have found their way into that system. So water cannot convey down to the intracoastal. So what's the possible solution to this particular problem? I've touched on 6 solutions. There could be more. I'm not the know-all of engineering and civil engineering. But clean out all the pipes. Ensure that all the storm drains are cleaned and maintained. Now, when you have a storm drain and a catch basin, okay, it's fairly deep. Sometimes it's very deep. But when that it continuously fills up with debris. It's runoff from the streets and things that are thrown into those grates and what have you. When it's about a third full of debris, that's when it needs to be cleaned. If it gets up to a half, it's going to fail. Now, I can't sit here and tell you when the last time they were cleaned. I think Jennifer possibly could.
Never.
Well, never. Okay. So the point is they need to be cleaned and maintained. And we need to have a program of maintenance for all of our stormwater systems. And I can tell you, Jennifer does a wonderful job with what resources she has, but she is way understaffed for a public works department. So what happens? We are reactive. We don't have the resources to be proactive. But in any case, I'll go on. I'm also suggesting that we dredge the ponds and expose that outflow pipe so that system can dump the water into the pond. We need to clear the pond outflow pipe of all the debris that's collected at it, and then we need to clear and rebuild that ditch down to the intercoastal. And my number 6 there is something I'm going to suggest in my budget this year, is a maintenance program with a consultant coming in. So this is project number 1 that I wanted to walk you through. Project number 2. Oh, must have gone off. Project number 2, South Flagler Avenue at South 23rd Street. Now, that drawing on the right is a lot of gobbledygook, and it's very hard to read, but that's the engineering drawing. And what I've done is highlighted what we call the inverts. In other words, the bottom of the pipes that convey water from the storm systems. And if you study this diagram, you learn some interesting things about how poorly pitched and sloped some of these pipes are. And I'm going to show you a detail in a few, I think it's the next slide. I'm going to show you some details about how this is supposed to work. So why does this one fail? Well, it's, again, not enough vertical drop to convey water. We simply are too flat to have viable stormwater systems and a pipe system, that is. The grass swales are not pitched enough to convey, just like down the road. The downstream pipes are clogged or inundated with water. It's the same story, basically, as we have in the other one. And the outflow pipe to the intercoastal is located in a box culvert under the road. And the pipe is inaccessible because it's inside the culvert. And it's also below the water line. You can't fight the laws of physics here, folks, and you can't fight the laws of hydrodynamics either. So what's a solution to this problem? Again, clean out all the pipes, ensure all the storm drains are cleaned and maintained. I mean, that's like a broken record. Install backflow preventer. Install new outflow pipe that is above the low tide mark, if that's even possible over there. And again, hire a contractor to perform maintenance. So this diagram right here tells the tale over in this area of town. And what I've done there is those squiggly blue lines are the water levels. And you can see they follow through to the those rectangular areas which are meant to indicate a manhole that's sliced down the middle so you can see through it. It's called a section. Now, let's start at the right-hand side. There's a length of pipe. And if I may, let me go back here. What that shows is the length of pipe from this storm drain.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll yell. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, that length of pipe goes from this storm drain right here down to the storm drain that's located down near the bridge. Okay? That length of line is 140 feet long, I believe. I'm looking for it right now. Yeah, 140 linear feet. Now, if you do the math again, okay, for the proper slope, it should drop 2 feet 9 inches from this point down to that point. In fact, It drops 1 5/16 of an inch. That's the total drop slope from there to there. It's almost dead flat.
Is that how it was installed?
That is how it was installed. Yes. Okay. And that is an example of something that doesn't have enough slope to it, in my opinion, and in the opinion of experts. So it is a conundrum. Now, what this shows here are the inverts of the pipes. The one that's up at South Flagler Avenue, where there's 4 drainage
Great.
facilities, thank you. Well, that's the grade, it's storm drain. Okay, and it's a deep cylinder, is basically what these things are. Concrete cylinders, and they have pipes coming through the walls. Now, this is not to scale or anything like that, but it's just diagrammatic to show you how these things are supposed to work and how it is working. Okay? These water levels right here indicate the high tide mark in the intracoastal directly under that, this culvert system, the low tide mark, and the flood level. Now, I've done some research. The average low tide mark at this point is 0.178 feet above sea level. The average high tide mark is 0.845 feet. So it wavers between there, and I have to preface this by saying these are under normal conditions. Okay, everything I'm telling you here goes out the window in hurricanes and tropical storms and extraordinary rain events. These are for normal. This is normal right here. And this flood level, 3 to 4, is the level of South Flagler Avenue.
Hold on a second. Lee, so if you're going to do the presentation there, we need to get you on a mic, because we have all kinds of people streaming at home that are not going to be able to hear.
Well,
Or you're going to have to get a working pointer, one or the other.
Yeah, these pointers don't work on these TVs. If my arm was long enough.
Right.
That doesn't disconnect, does it? Oh.
Mayor, do you have slack in your mic? Or?
No, I
okay,
tried
so that'll go over there?
Figured out now.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Does everybody hear me now? I don't have to scream. Okay. So, as I was saying, this flood level right here is relative to Flagler Avenue, because South Flagler Avenue is at elevation 3 to 4. It averages in that area right there, in this part of town. The flood level is actually lower than that because the banks where this tributary exists, okay, is only at elevation 2. So that's really, the person who lives right on that corner right there has the Intracoastal right in their backyard. Well, that individual floods when it's at 2. So it's very low. And this condition exists along that whole side of town, along South Flagler and South Daytona, down toward your areas. So keep that in mind, okay? The inverts are, like I said, the bottom of the pipes. So the invert at this one up on South Flagler Avenue is 0.23 feet. That's above sea level. It goes 140 feet down to this manhole right here, where the invert is 0.07. Then it goes into this structure. This is the manhole, I beg your pardon. This is the storm drain. And this is the manhole that has the pipe that goes from the manhole down to the Intracoastal. So this system works where storm water flows into this system here, into this one, goes down 140 feet to this one, It comes up, reaches a point, and then flows into this one. It's a cascade. And then goes through this pipe and is supposed to dump into the intracoastal, but this pipe is actually connected to a box culvert underneath of that bridge. So it's totally inaccessible. And one thing I want you to look at is the invert of this pipe right here is 0.045 feet. Look at what the low tide mark is. It's higher than that. So even at low tide, that outflow is below the water line. Okay? Now, we get to the backflow valves. The intent of these things is to put them on the end of the pipe. And if you can see this, it fits into the pipe. It has to be the same diameter of the pipe in order to fit right. And I don't know if you've seen one of these things, but they're significant. They're large pieces of engineering, and they have a rubber bladder inside of them. And I'm going to show you a little video in a second that shows you exactly how they're supposed to work. So this is the problem with this system right here. And I can tell you that, I'm just going to put that up there. I'll make it again. And I can tell you that most, if not all, of our outflows are in that condition, that situation. They're sitting below the low tide mark. They won't work. Now,
Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop here. Yeah, sorry. You're presenting. Your job is to get through this presentation at a decent amount of time.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we're not going to stop all the time for questions until the end. Okay? So just, if you can, address the commission, and we'll get through the presentation, and then we're going to do all the questions.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I get a little carried away sometimes.
It's a passionate subject.
It is a passionate subject, and it's a difficult subject, and it's a very highly technical subject. And I can understand why people don't understand it. It's a very complex topic. Now, can we play our little video? This is very interesting, by the way. This is how the backflow valves work. I told you this was a challenging subject.
This is what should be, this is what's on there.
You want to try my thumb drive?
So no, the problem is, it's not, it's supposed to just show what's on. There we go.
If you want to, Janelle, we could circle back to that video and we can continue through the presentation. Because I'm sure a lot of the folks that are out here were here at the time that they actually brought the backflow preventers to the meeting.
So, okay,
There it
the
is.
computer, I think, is messing up because it's pretty stormy out.
You just hit that,
I'm complete, I am pressing it, and as soon as the computer wants to work with me, it will work.
well, maybe.
We don't have to go nowhere. We have a visual right here. We can just.
That's right now.
Go out and see how it's.
There's 6 inches of water out on the road.
There. I think that's it.
Wow.
Yay.
I didn't know this was flooded.
Thanks, Janelle. Now, as you can see, this is a normal high tide cycle. Water backs up. Notice there's no valve in there. Now comes the backflow valve. The water pressure behind it is forcing the water through because there's no pressure on the other side. Tide comes up. The valve closes. And no water gets backed up into the store system. Now, tide goes down, bladder opens, water flows out. That's the theory behind the way these work. It's all pressure. When the water pressure on one side of the valve is higher than the other, water flows. When it's the opposite, it blocks the water from flowing. And the net result will be that there will be no salt water backing up through the storm systems once these valves are installed. And that's the benefit.
We ought to all go on a field trip back there, see where all the rainwater's going.
All right, this slide shows you we have outflow pipes of different diameters. I mentioned that before. We have 4 valves in hand. We have a 10-inch valve, we have a 12-inch valve, 2 12-inch valves, and 1 18-inch valve. We had to select outfalls for these 4 valves that we have in hand that match the diameters. Okay, and these are the 4 locations that are going to be the first 4 done. Now, as I said that, the balance of the valves, which are the 18-inch valves, and most of these pipes, outflow pipes, are 18-inch diameters, they are going to be airshipped from Sweden on May the 11th, and it'll take about 6 to 7 days to transit to get here. That gives the contractor the time to do those 4 before they have to get into getting the rest of the valves. So we have that schedule. Now, as far as the exact time when those 4 are going to start, that is imminent. And we are working very hard with CB Civil to get them mobilized to get those 4 done. They have the valves in hand. So what can be done to prevent scenes like that? This is a flow chart that basically shows how you select and design on-site stormwater management devices. And there are a number of devices that can be used for residential purposes. And I'll just merely say that that flow chart splits. And this deals with the surface and the underlayment of the surface that you're designing the system for. On the left-hand side, you're dealing with non-permeable surfaces. On the right-hand side, you're dealing with permeable surfaces. And I'm not going to go into reading all that. You can read that at your leisure, but these are the steps that you typically take when you start designing stormwater management devices. It is not just dig a hole or dig a trench and let the water accumulate. It's a very technical and scientific methodology to make this work right. This is an attempt to show that what measures can be taken on a residential scale, because that is our biggest problem here, residential, not commercial. And on the left, you see bullet points that outline the different devices that we can use. And in one case or another, these are all of the things that I personally look for when I do a site plan review. And the flow chart on the other side there is just a way to show how some of these devices can work and function as a system. And this is a system. So, as I said earlier, we have to deal with stormwater quantitatively and also qualitatively. And this is a treatment train example for a typical residential site, some of the things that can be done. And we are doing these things. Swales, we're doing rain gardens, I know people that have rain barrels and they collect the rainwater. Using permeable paving for driveways and pole decks and patios and all sorts of things. So these are just some of the available things for non-soakable, which is basically impermeable, and soakable, which is permeable. And these are the kind of devices that we look for on a residential scale. Now, I've highlighted, this is a graphic that shows the suitability of devices in relation to the kind of constraints that they have. And the constraints basically being the slopes. And it goes from very steep slopes to basically almost flat slopes. And what devices can be used or are effective at those particular slopes. And what I've highlighted there are the ones that are typically used in residential. So you can look at that at your leisure, but you can also see that what I haven't highlighted on the other side there is how much area is typically needed to enable these particular devices to capture and hold water sufficiently, and what the development constraints are and what the benefits are, such as a small footprint, aesthetic, etc. So you can just follow that graph across, that chart across, and just see what's suitable in different situations. Whoops. So that previous slide was for quantity, as you can see, but we also have to treat for quality as well. And these basically are filtering out pollutants and other substances that come from residential use, typically, and wind up in our water systems and our water tables. Our MS4 permit requires us to mitigate this as best we can. You can also go to green infrastructure. And these are devices now, and again, these address normal rain events, not these crazy downpours we get or these torrential storms. But people have used rain gardens, bioswales, which are basically swales, permeable pavers, that's something I'm seeing a lot of these days. And if you've ever seen these, you can actually take a piece of paver or a piece of permeable concrete, pour a quart of water on it, and it just drains right through. Not a drop lays on the surface. We actually treat this as 100% permeable, as if it's gravel or other permeable surfaces. So when we calculate the surface area that's permeable versus impermeable in a site plan, that is the way to help folks get more use of their land for things like patios and pool decks, where they normally wouldn't be able to do that if they were using some impermeable material like concrete. Measures that we can take on a community scale. And I've seen these in places like New Orleans, where I used to work and live. And these are truly on gargantuan scales. You have these monstrous piping systems and pumping systems. And the only way to really deal with stormwater at this level is either to pump it somewhere or store it somewhere. And you can store it above ground in tanks, or you can store it in underground tank systems, such as what you see on the right-hand side there. Problem with that, first of all, it's very expensive, and these are megabuck projects. These are things you need grants for. And these underground storage tanks that actually connect to each other, you can put a lot of these things in a relatively small area. The problem is they're big. Some of these things are 36 inches, 48 inches, even 60 inches in diameter. So you need a lot of land, a lot of depth, low water table to be able to use those sort of things. So that, unfortunately, that kind of thing wouldn't work for us. I'm not sure the pumping systems would work either, because you have to have a diking system or a berm system to keep the water from coming back onto the ground. You can pump it out into the intracoastal, and guess where it's going to go? It's going to come right back at you, unless you have something to block it. And that, doing that is a very, very stiff challenge indeed. And I have to keep reminding us all, some stormwater problems just can't be prevented. That kind of stuff, there's nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing. These are obviously taking things to the extreme. I think that bottom middle one there is kind of photoshopped, but it gets the point across. So, we currently have a grant that is being performed right now by Mead & Hunt, and it is a vulnerability assessment and adoption action plan. This is a direct response to sea level rise. And this is a 100% grant from Department of Environmental Protection in Florida to address that very topic. And that vulnerability assessment, those bullets there are what is going to be the makeup of the final report. It should be completed by September, and quite frankly, this is the mechanism by which the city will be able to get larger grants. Because the projects that come out of this study are the main ones we are going to look for grant money. Big projects, community-wide projects. The next thing that I suggest is that we develop a citywide stormwater master plan. Unlike the master plans that were done previously that really weren't citywide, they really didn't look at the city from a holistic standpoint. They focused on different areas in the city. This approach will be a little bit different. Those bullets down there are what I see as the methodology through which this stormwater master plan can be done. And I will say that the projects that are designated as an outcome of this will mesh with what comes out of the resiliency study. So the two will mesh together. I might add that the resiliency study we're doing, we have an interlocal agreement with Beverly Beach. We are doing theirs as well, and they are contributing to the effort, as well as not necessarily an interlocal agreement, but a cooperative agreement with both the county and Palm Coast. So we're all in this together. County got $200,000 for this. So we're kind of combining forces and trying to take advantage of economy of scale, if you will. And we hopefully will have an integrated plan. We can't keep flailing around and being reactive. We have to get proactive. And this is the way you do it. And these are the very basic 6 elements of a good integrated plan. Now, I'm not going to sit here and read that to you, but those are the ABCs, if you will, of developing such a plan. We also are going to continue to develop our GIS, or Geometric Information System, that maps not only flood areas, and I've already done this to a certain extent, and this is just one sheet in our maybe 8 or 9 from citywide. And what I did is, after Nicole, then the very next day I came into work and I drove the city where I could get to. And every place I saw standing water, and this was the day after, I outlined in that pink color. And those black arrows show where I saw the water coming from. And you can see that there are different directions that it comes from. The intracoastal, it comes from storm runoff down from the higher streets to the lower streets, and it also comes up from the ground. Now, I couldn't see the sources of that, of course, but these indicate the sources that I did see. These are posted on the city website, as will future GIS maps as we develop them. It's actually one map with lots of different layers on it. And right now I've got all of our utilities to the extent that we know about them. There's still a lot of things we don't know about our infrastructure that was built a long time ago. But in any case, there's a piece of software I'm going to be asking the commission for that will concatenate all of these different GIS maps that we have floating around into one. And it gives us some very useful layers, such as a floodplain dashboard. And this is all public. This is all going to be public, open to the public, by the way. It's just right on the internet. It will be on our website when it gets completed. It tracks the floodplain data across all the properties of the city. The significant improvement and significant damages data will be calculated there, and we can assess building values. Elevation certificates these detect errors in the elevation certificates. And one of the responsibilities we have in our community rating system, CRS, is that we have to make that information available with respect to elevation certificates. And I have a map, and I think it's on our website, that any citizen can go to, put their address in there, and if we have an elevation certificate for them, it zeroes right down onto the property and has all the appraiser's property information, all of that information, plus a copy of that elevation certificate, should those residents need that. And I get calls for those all the time. And it does a lot more. And that EC error detection that I was mentioning earlier, we have to get those 100% right. And the surveyors and engineers who do those for residents have errors in them. They're not perfect. And FEMA only gives us 2 shots. If we do not get all of them right, 100% or 90% right in 2 tries, then our classification goes down 1 from, like we're a class 6, oh boy, what did I do there? We're a class 6 right now, which means that residents who have NFIP-backed insurance get a 20% discount on their premiums. If we could get to a class 5, which is Joyce's goal, then we will get a 25% increase across the board. But your insurance has to be an NFIP-backed insurance company. So that is the end of this presentation. And if anyone would like to ask
Thank you, Lee.
questions.
There's going to be a lot, I'm sure. So what I'd like to do is we're going to get through all the commission question and comments, and we're going to open up to public questions and comments, and then we'll come back to commission. And how I'd like to do it is I'd just like to run down the panel rather than just random go back and forth. Commissioner Spradley, you first.
Thank you. And thanks, Lee, for the presentation. I know how much work you put into this. Boiling it down to a couple of problems. You know, in talking with residents and living myself in the South 23rd Street area, boiling it down, I'm hearing two issues. One is one of inadequate slope, which seems to be a design problem, and the other is inadequate maintenance. Everything's overgrown or clogged, is sort of the way to boil it down to the 2 main causes of what I'm hearing based on the presentation today, at least in the South 23rd Street area. And along with that, you mentioned that engineering, to a degree, is part of the fix. You know, you mentioned there are a lot of solutions. At some point, you mentioned there were 6 different kinds of solutions, and there may be more, but you mentioned engineering. And I asked this not really expecting an answer, but just to put it out there, is it time when it comes budget time, do we need to have an engineer on staff here? Would be one question. I don't know if that's something that would be looked at, but it seems to me we've run out of time, you know? And, you know, based on the residents who show up at every meeting to talk about this, you know, the time is now. Now, another question, and I'm almost done. The integrated plan that you're talking about, who would be composing that integrated plan? And is an engineer required, or should there be an engineer involved in that project? You know, because that seems to be the beginning of the fix. And then finally, my last question: this vulnerability assessment action plan, and you'd mentioned there are grants involved in that. Are the grants involved just in terms of creating the plan? Is that where the grant money goes to create a plan, or are grants involved to actually then implement the plan? So that was my question about that.
The answer is yes. We need an engineer. I'm an architect, not an engineer, but I do have a lot of civil engineering background. The second part of or the second question, I guess, that you asked, we have to use consultant engineering. We have to. We just do not have the facility. We don't have, not the facility, we don't have the resources to do it in-house. We just don't. If you had a city engineer on staff, as we had in the past, guess what? He'd be doing the same thing. Now, city engineer can do more things than I can because they have a stamp. I don't think they take architect stamps, but you have to be a PE to be a city engineer. If you hire one, you're still going to need more resources to do some of the things that we do. Now, this past year has been a monstrous year in terms of projects. I mean, we've been inundated with commercial projects and developments, and this is new for this city. Looking toward the future, I don't think we're going to have too many more of those. We don't have the land. So the residential work is still going to be there. And the residential work, we can basically handle in-house. It's relatively perfunctory. But these more complicated, larger projects are what take the engineering expertise that we do not have in-house.
And since
You were more asking about grants than getting into conversations about staffing, I believe, though.
well, initially I was asking about engineering. Is it time the city has someone on staff? But then when I got to my questions about the plan itself, does there need to be an engineer involved in that?
Well, here's the way it's going to work. We have an engineer doing the study, and that is going to identify projects from that study. They will then be sent out for grants. And we have to, as a matter of fact, Mr. Abels and some staff members interviewed a lovely young lady who Mike knows very well and is a grant writer. And she has a company and very successful at that. And we need that. We need that because right now, I'm writing my own grants. I know Karen has written a grant. I'm not sure some other staff members have too. But it takes a lot of work. It really does. And something has to give when, I'm a one-person shop doing all of the stormwater management, floodplain management, all of the site reviews, and so on and so forth. I still have to do those duties. So we just have to marshal this stuff out.
And kind of a last question on that is, Mead Hunt and their services. When we're talking about bolstering engineering support for you, are we talking about an engineering firm or service in addition to what Mead and Hunt is doing for us? Or are we talking about, is that something that Mead and Hunt could do?
It is. It certainly is. And I've worked with Mead and Hunt on a number of projects, and I find them to be very, very professional. They have it together. They've got lots and lots of resources. What you may not know is each year we put out a RFQ for professional services, and engineers, architects, other professions, they send us their qualifications and so forth, and those that are found amenable to what our needs are put on a list. And we can then choose from any of those pre-qualified professional services, engineers or architects, et cetera, to perform services for us. Now, I'll be honest with you, I use Mead and Hunt because I'm comfortable with them. I know them. They know me. We know what we expect of each other. But I could certainly go to that list and pick 2, 3, 4 more to work with. But then you have to kind of break them in, if you know what I mean. And it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time.
Okay. All right, thanks, Lee, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Commissioner Mealy.
Okay. I'm not challenging you on this, but we had a young man from the valve company stand up there and tell us he had valves. Obviously, he didn't. How did that happen? What happened?
Response? You finished?
Well, I have more, but I'd like one to.
Okay, yeah, I'll respond to whatever you want me to.
Okay, I want a response.
With respect to that, remember I told you our pipes have different diameters? Well, the valves have to fit exactly into those
I
pipes.
got that, but he was the guy from the company with the valves. Shouldn't he have known that?
He did not have the valves we needed, the size we needed, those 18-inch valves. That's the problem, okay?
But he didn't know that.
Well, he didn't really, because we didn't have the specifications for those pipe diameters at that time.
There's something wrong there. Okay. Ladies, I know it's difficult, and I know how upset you all are, but please. So can we prevent that from happening again?
Jane, I'm sorry, Commissioner
I'm not
Lilly.
challenging you.
No, I understand. And I'm not trying to be defensive, you know. Salespeople are salespeople. And these valves, there's not a whole lot of competition out there for these specific kinds of valves. And, you know, we staff members do the best we can to vet through products and salespeople, but at some point in time, you have to sort of listen to them, and you have to sort of take the word for what they tell you in availability.
Please tell me we did not pay them for the wrong valves.
No, not at all. On the contrary, we have the need for 10-inch, 12-inch, 16-inch, and 18-inch. And they come in all different sizes, as I said. You have to really, really be specific about it. Now, what Mead and Hunt did, and I just found out about this today, actually, they put together a spreadsheet of every single outflow we have in the city, and they went and measured every single one of them. So now we know which ones with what dimensions each one is. Have it in a spreadsheet right here. That is the reason that these valve installations are taking longer than expected.
Okay, just to tell the ladies, that's something that should have happened.
I do not disagree with you at all.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and to your point, we just now figured out what size we need to order?
Yeah.
That's absolutely ridiculous. I believe, and Drew, you're going to have to look at I believe we have a contract violation on multiple issues. That'll be coming up under my comments, but and Lee referenced at some point we need to listen to the companies. Well, we did listen to them. That's why we gave them the green light, and we were sold a bag of goods.
So were we.
Right. And so that's why we have, hopefully, contractual protections in place to prevent these bait and switch agreements.
You do, but you also have a compliance date that you're still within. So I'd urge you to be cautious with that talk, because priority number one is to get the project done. So let's keep pushing the contractor to get project done. Let's not start talking about breach of contract, because we don't want that contractor to say, you know what, I'm not going to do the work at all. You follow me?
Potentially. I think your feelings are different than mine.
Well, you lose a contractor, you're back to square zero
Right.
on project.
But it's still your terms, eh?
Yeah, Mike wants to.
And I'd just like, Lee, would you address the valves that we currently have on hand and what is planned for those valves? Because I think it fits into what our attorney is talking about on if you take one action, you may lose the opportunity to have the valves put in if the contractor has the ability to do so. Would you address that, Lee?
Well, he did. It's in the presentation, 4 locations.
Yeah, I had that in there.
And when will those valves be installed? Do you have an idea of the target date?
I hesitate because the answer is no, I don't.
You just said imminently when you presented the slide.
Imminently means they have the valves in hand, and it's getting their crews on the site.
So we have no answer when they're going to show up.
So what do you do when you try to contact the contractor to get a date, and they don't call you back? You call them again, they don't call you back. You write them, they don't write you back. I would like some direction on that.
That would be Drew's area.
Looking for, Lee? You say you want direction, what kind of direction?
What recourse does one have when they try and try and try to get answers from a contractor who doesn't get back to you?
Has Mead and Hunt made the phone call?
Mead and Hunt has made a phone call?
Have they had any luck?
Nope. Chris Novak has been in touch with them? Nope.
What are we hearing back at all?
Well, they have the valves. There was some confusion on the diameter of the valves, so I understand. Now, you got to understand this too. Never mind, it doesn't matter. The point is that the other valves will be in mid-May, the end of May, somewhere in that range. This contractor has to start this project. It's got to
Has to
start.
complete by July 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I say when you've got a performance date, there's not I mean, I know there's a start date. Start date doesn't mean necessarily you have crews on site on start date. The date that counts from a contract standpoint is July 1, which probably is the game the contractor's playing to delay to have, like you talked about the last meeting, to do as much in one fell swoop as they can. So I suspect that's what's going on, but that performance date, from my perspective, is the most important date. And,
Absolutely.
And the concern is, I think from the city's standpoint, resident standpoint, everybody's standpoint is, the closer we get to that performance date, the more likely that there is a contract issue that we don't want to have, which is where that conversation is important. And I don't know what to tell you short of sending a letter from me, and that's rarely conciliatory action, even if it's a nice letter, and I can write nice letters, but getting a letter from a lawyer doesn't normally make somebody want to talk to you more. So I don't have any great input on that question
Might be a
either.
little premature for that.
Yeah.
This week.
So when we say that they're being shipped from Sweden on May 11th, but you say we have them in hand, or they have them in hand,
We have 4 valves in hand.
and they are the ones that are going on these 4 projects.
That's correct.
So these other ones that are being shipped on May 11th are going to fit in the other pipes that we need.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on from that. You kept hammering about having the right slope, and I finally got through to me that we need the right slope. So when you have this flow chart, I don't know what page it was on, you had the flow chart, and I didn't see anything about dealing with slope. Did I miss that?
Which flow chart are you talking about,
I got it.
Commissioner?
What page that was on? You don't have page numbers, so it's hard. The one that says selecting and designing on-site stormwater management services.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about soakage,
I talk about what? I'm sorry.
Soakage.
Soakage.
Then I have another question about that, but where do we deal with slope so that the water will run?
Well, if you're conveying water, you have to deal with slope.
I get that.
If you're holding water, such as a swell that doesn't convey, then you're relying on percolation and evaporation.
Okay, and so we're going to...
And slope is not involved there.
So we're doing both of those things in different places, where some places we're relying on water flowing from one swale to the next and out through all those pretty pictures you had. And in other cases, we're relying on water soaking into the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are non-conveying swales or retention ponds, detention ponds. Those are the kinds of components that you don't rely on slope.
Okay, so my next question ties in with that. When you talk about water soaking into the ground, and we keep hearing about high rising water tables, how effective is that?
Not very. When the water table rises, the percolation rate decreases.
So,
it's an inverse relationship. So if you got a water table that's a foot below your grade, you dig a hole and there's water.
mm-hmm.
How can something percolate into that
It can't.
environment?
That's my question.
Yes, that's exactly right.
So how do we get around that?
The only way to get around it is to pump it somewhere or to store it somewhere. As I said in my presentation, those are the only two options.
And then we can't do these big ugly things that you showed.
No, it's not practical. That's in the presentation to show you that there are municipal-wide answers to some of these things.
Yeah, that's great
And
if
you
you're
have to
Tampa or Orlando when you have all this land.
Or New Orleans. There's a perfect example. Look at the Mississippi on one side and Lake Pontchartrain on the other. It's not too dissimilar from us.
That's true. Is this what General Honore would propose?
Is it what? I'm sorry.
Is it what General Honore would propose, the guy who tried saving New Orleans during Katrina? Never mind.
There we go.
Okay, those were my questions for now.
All right, I guess I will wait on my questions and comments until the end.
Oh, you're saving the best for last.
Well, it's only fair. I always go last.
All right, it's late getting here, but I was listening along the way. So I'll just kind of go in order that you did, I guess, and start with the project on South Flagler.
Well, which one? They're both on South Flagler.
The one that was just
12th Street?
done.
Oh,
You're referencing 12,
Right.
okay, just so everybody knows.
Between 9th and 12th, or 9th and 13th. First of all, what I would ask is, what did we accomplish? Seemingly nothing. We redid something that was one of the most recent projects that was done and didn't do a thing to change it. So we have not, we've spent this money on hopefully what would have been a stormwater fix, but didn't fix it. Now I get what you're talking about with pitch. However, when that job was done initially, there was pitch. It was minimal. You get a few inches or over 100 feet. Every 100 feet may get 2 inches or something, until you got down to where the drains would capture the conveyed water, because none of that project is meant to be setting swales. It's all conveyance. So what do we do now that it's actually worse than what it was? Because it used to convey better than it does now, because it was not graded correctly. If we had done it in a way that the water conveyed, you know, you don't need a whole lot of slope for the water to go downhill. It'll still do that. It may not go as fast, but it'll still make its way to the drains. Water levels itself out and goes to the goes downhill. So where do we go? The problem the reason I bringing this up was we have 3 other projects that are in the works that were supposedly going to be done back in '22. All 3 of them were supposed to be done for like $195,000 or something, is what was in the budget. All 4 of them. Then when we got the bids back, the bids were like almost $1 million, I believe. So when we spend that much money on a project that it doesn't do anything, why are we doing it? And then we have 3 more in queue to do after that. So I think we as a city need to retract from those other 3 projects that are in line. And
Well, you're asking,
and then go.
you're asking a lot of questions at the same time. We should probably take these one at a
Not
time.
really, I haven't really asked a question, I don't think.
Unless it was rhetorical, you've asked a lot.
No, he hasn't asked the question yet. He's,
Yeah, I'm
Make
just
it
trying to
easy.
explain
I heard a
it.
couple questions that we would want a response from.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. So what, I'll wait for an answer, or what?
Well-
Should I keep going?
I mean, keep going, and then hopefully Lee can answer all of that.
I guess they were sort of rhetorical.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Belhinger, I think that whatever questions he's asking, I think they really posed more towards the dais than the staff. I don't think he's looking to staff for an answer. I think he's raising questions for you to be asking
Exactly,
yourselves as a
that's
board.
why I wanted this to be discussed.
Well, if there's questions,
I think
then
there's-
let's cover them one at a time.
All right, well, that's the first real one, is do we discontinue going down this wrong path, in my mind? I think common sense would make one believe that we shouldn't keep doing the same thing.
Which projects are you proposing to not do?
All right, there's a list on page 3 and 4 of the stuff I gave you. Those were the 4 subdivisions that were deemed
Page 3 and 4 of what's
the ones with the round circles at
in
the
the
top.
presentation?
No,
no,
This
this stuff
one.
that he gave us.
yeah,
Okay,
that came from me. So.
okay. Everybody's got that?
So that's
Got
the
that?
list of the 4 projects that were identified.
Packet that we got originally,
Okay. Just a little backup. There was
before.
a stormwater master plan done in 2002. In 2009, there's a stormwater update. In that update, these 4 projects were identified as needing work.
Oh, that is the record.
Well, they've since been done. And Lee gave you the dates on it in his presentation. But if we keep going, we're going to spend $1 million on these 4 projects and not accomplish anything. And I just want to see if we have a consensus on that.
Can I try to
Commissioner
respond
Mealy?
to that? If we follow what Lee presented, I don't think he really, and I'm hoping I'm not putting words in your mouth, that we do this study that he's talking about, and then we get grant funds for fixing what's wrong. So are you asking Lee to move forward with Venice Park and all these other ones? Or are you suggesting that we would have this study done with the grant money that we have, and that will tell us a better idea of what to do?
That study is going on right now. We have 100% funding for that study. Not a nickel of taxpayer money is being used for that. And I know Commissioner Bellhammer didn't ask the question, but I'll answer it. I couldn't agree with you more, sir. We are not going to go ahead with those 3 projects.
Okay, well, they're in the budget, so.
That's what I assumed, that we were going to wait for the study to show us what
Well,
it
there
was
was no-
we should be doing.
Okay, so that question answered itself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
everybody's good on that point?
Are we going to do anything towards concluding the project that's been done, already started? Are we going to get those swales graded so they will convey and not puddle up in areas before they get to the drain? Okay, that's one question. I'll go with that one.
I sort of answered partially in my presentation regarding going forward with the rest of that project, okay? But we still haven't shot the grades at the inverts yet, and I haven't seen those data. And once we see those data and compare those to what the original spot elevations were, we will have a better idea of whether we are within tolerance of what was there before. It may appear to you and others that it worked originally, now it doesn't work, even though we just did this project. But I would submit to you respectfully that let's wait and see what the data show. And I also submit that it's virtually impossible to go back and ensure that you have every spot elevation exactly the same as it was when they only differ by decimals of an inch. I mean, you know, there's got to be a tolerance level. It's impossible to get it even without clumps of grass or debris or dirt or something else that puts a little bump in it that is hardly noticeable, but is enough to block that slow seeping conveyance. So I would also submit to you that conditions now are not the way conditions were back when that was first done. And by conditions, I mean the environmental conditions. So
All right, let's go with that question.
I don't think it would be advisable to try to go back and redo those swales again. I think it would just it'd be counterproductive.
Did that answer the question, though?
Well enough. They have to come back and do their survey and get readings on what the slope is or isn't.
So
that'll give you,
right?
Yeah.
They have not been paid a nickel yet, by the way, okay?
So we're just pending status on that project.
That is part of the punch list.
So one of the things you talked about as part of that same area was digging out the pond. I would submit that digging the pond deeper won't do a thing. I'll tell you why. If you go to the beach and you dig a hole in the sand, it fills with water, and the deeper you dig it, it stays just as deep. So it's going to fill with groundwater when you dig it. The more you dig it, it's below sea level, so it's going to fill up till it reaches the same level as the river. So it kind of ruins the volume theory because it will fill groundwater.
What I was getting at was dredging it to the point where we can at least clear the outfall pipe and seed again, and to get rid of the debris and rubble that's kind of gotten into those ponds. I mean, I can stand on the edge and look in there, and it's mucky and it's muddy, and you can hardly see 3 inches down, but I can see logs, branches, all kinds of vegetative debris in there. So what I'm saying is nothing more than the maintenance that should have been done to that pond over the years.
Okay, so to follow up on what Commissioner Spradley had to ask was asking about an engineer, an in-house engineer. I would agree that we should seriously consider that. I don't know what the numbers are, how much money we spend on outside engineering, but in some cases that's been a failure also. Mead and Hunt oversaw these 4 projects getting done again, and they're the ones that did it prior. And I just think they should have gave us more guidance, that we were kind of spinning wheels on what we were doing, because there's no changes to make it better. I don't believe any of them have any changes that make it different than it was when it was initially put in. So it's like I was telling you earlier today, the one on Flagler Avenue was done when we had a rain like we did just now. There'd be 4 or 5 inches of water on South Flagler Avenue through, 9th to 13th. But since that project was done, the water does get to the ditches at least, and get down the street and in the drains. Just doesn't totally empty the swales. So I think I hate spending money on things that we're not getting what we asked for. So I think if we had a real engineer in-house watching over things, we may get better results. Just my thoughts on that. Another thing, it's Price, right? Yep. She got up and talked about St. Augustine and what they've done. We had a short conversation about that as well. I have a personal friend that was an engineer for St. Johns County, and I asked him if he knew anything about what St. Augustine had done to alleviate their issues of water coming up in the middle of the city, even before it reached the top of the riverbank. And apparently they went through several tries, and they finally got a system that worked. And so Lee has a name that he can contact and get some more information. Plus, it's actually on their website, apparently. And some good information that we may be able to use for some of these issues, especially, now see, that won't work so much on the northern section of South Flagler, but the southern section of South Flagler and the 2400 blocks will definitely could use that. So that's my thoughts on that, but I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Sherman. Okay, so I'll start with my neighbors to the north on South 12th. So I guess the first question I have for you is, you mentioned about the grass swales and not being pitched enough to convey, because I guess it's less than 1 you mentioned. So why would we continue? I'm familiar with the project that took place in 2015. I was, again, living just south of there at that time. And so it looks like, as Commissioner Belheimer mentioned, that the same thing basically was done again. But why aren't we looking at a more viable solution instead of putting grass and concrete? Is there a reason so then that pitch would be permanent based on, different factors, people walking on it, cars parking on there? That's going to mess with the pitch and, just water coming up from underneath the ground. So has that been any consideration to look at maybe a more sustainable feature than just keep continuing to put St. Augustine grass down?
What you have to be careful of is the permeability, because if you could put concrete in there if you wanted to, and then it would flow nice and smoothly. But who wants concrete in front of their house like that? A better solution in my mind is a better pervious material like gravel instead of grass. You don't have to maintain it. It has a lot more surface area, a lot more holes, if you will, spaces where water can percolate through.
Salt water won't kill it.
And salt water won't kill it, that's correct. You know, so we could think outside the box and do those sorts of things. But I'll tell you, Commissioner Sherman, a lot of people fill the swales in, and they park. They use it for parking areas. You know, we have a right-of-way ordinance, and you know, people do it anyway.
Okay, so I guess the next question is, I think some of these things that we were talking about here, I feel as though they are preventable. So we talk about silt. We had a resident that has, probably for years before my time even on the commission, mentioning silt fencing. And here we are now talking about silt in the lake over here, or the pond by Commissioner Bellhumers over here in his neck of the woods, that it's all silted over. So when are we going to start enforcing the silt? I mean, this is obviously an issue for the water to drain into, based on your report here and your research. So I guess my question is for the staff and the city is, when are we going to start enforcing this stuff? We pass these ordinances and we're not doing anything, and the facts lie here in your research that silt's an issue.
Well, calling it a silt fence is a bit of a misnomer. What we rely on are erosion control measures, and not just silt fences. Silt fences are really designed to keep loose material. And that could be dirt, it could be gravel, it could be any kind of loose material from a construction site breaching into a neighbor's yard. Now, it happens all the time. Silt fences have to be installed correctly for them to work. And I can go around and look at silt fences, and 90% of them are not correctly installed. It's something that needs to be enforced, something we could do better if we had more resources, yes. But there are lots of other different sorts of erosion control measures that one can take.
Just for a second. Getting on about erosion control. Part of DB Civil's contract is mobilization, demobilization, soil and erosion control. They did no soil and erosion control. So that's something that we should, if we're going to ask for it, we ought to make sure we get it. So that's something I forgot to mention.
So, and then let me see here, I'm just going to continue. I think I'm about, oh no, you're fine. I think I'm done on South 12th. Those were some of the concerns, because I do see, I walk that area, and I mean, I was over there this past weekend just walking the road there, and there's just tons of standing water there, and that's, as you were mentioning this, I'm getting this visualization of, you know, what can be done to get that water flowing and get that pond being utilized. And I appreciate the fact that you mentioned the dredging to get to those, you know, those lines that would allow the water to then flow in there. I think here the key is, again, in both of these scenarios is going to be maintenance, and we've got to see this through.
I've been stressing maintenance all through my presentation.
And if we want to get that higher grading number to where our insurance is lower, maintenance is key. We've known that for years. Kay told us that years ago.
I agree.
And that would put that number in a better place if we actually did some stormwater.
And my next question, I guess, would be for Drew. So, Drew, in this presentation, we were told basically it was poor ingenuity in the way some of the engineering, yeah, the engineering there was poor, basically poor. Wasn't the way they were built. The water was not sloping properly and causing some of the issues of the water, kind of causing some of this I guess kind of sitting water and not draining to where it needs to be. So I guess the question is if this is being discovered in Lee's research, is there any sort of legal action we can take for,
Given the age of these projects, most likely not.
Okay. All right. So then I guess the other question is that we were told that the project was going to, I didn't really get a clear answer. So we were told the project was going to start on Wednesday to then start installing the valve. So can you give me a little more clarification as to why they couldn't start putting the valves in the 4 areas exactly? I mean, is it that there's too much standing water? I mean, could we not pump that out to then get to the source to then, again, I'm ignorant to the whole process, but to maybe unscrew those valves and put the new valves in and start this process?
The contractor was ready to start on Wednesday. Now, this is what I know. The crew chief had a medical emergency the night before, and the company decided not to send a crew out without the crew chief, and they regrouped. That is what I was told.
Do you realistically see, I mean, you said we have the 4 valves. Do you have any idea if they can get out next week, or is this something that's going to take more time? I mean,
We already covered that.
okay.
There are no more excuses.
Okay, all right.
No, the initial answer was imminent, and then it was they have until July 1st.
Okay, that's right. All right, and then the last question is you mentioned water tanks. I know we kind of had numerous conversations about further south on the 2600 block, but you mentioned these water tanks, and you mentioned you can't bury them in the ground, but you mentioned New Orleans. Well, I was in the Low Country in South Carolina, and the pipes were above the ground. What's any idea of finding an area here in town to have large above the ground pipes to help with some of this outflow?
You want one in your backyard?
I mean, heck, if that's going to help save my house, I'll take one. Give me a massive one.
Well, I'm not being flippant.
No, I know. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I looked over the entire city, especially in that area, for what we could do with respect to storage. And this was when William was here.
Yes.
And he had this notion of building a stormwater park, which was ill-conceived. Remember what I said earlier.
Yes.
There are 2 things you can do. One is pump it, and the other is store it.
Yes.
Okay? Those are your 2 options.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Johnston.
When you're almost last, a lot of the things are already covered, but just a couple of my comments. I am in complete agreement with the solutions, the possible solutions of cleaning out the pipes, maintenance. But I have a question. Moving forward, it seems the city has a trend of always having a bad swale project. I mean, this is one of the things I've heard through the years and hearing out from 2015 to this project. In going forward, since we have a trend of something always not working out with the swales, would we be better off putting a specific project manager on a swale project? Just to make sure that the grade is right, it's done right the first time. They're not laying dead grass. I mean, even just small things.
Well, that is the job of the inspector, the site inspector, whoever that may be, whether it's a consultant or staff. Okay. But you're right. We have had some lousy swale projects. You're absolutely right. And I will answer it by saying this. Swales are not the answer everywhere. There are factors that flow chart I had there, okay? The topography has to be right. The soils have to be right. A lot of things have to work in order to make a swale system work if it's going to convey.
Okay.
Now, if it's just going to sit there and collect water and let it evaporate or percolate, that's one thing. But to construct a really long swale system that actually works has to be engineered correctly, and it has to fit the topography.
Okay.
You just have to, because it's gravity driven, you have to let gravity work. And at some point in time, when you're near flat, it's not going to work. And one more thing, if I may, Mayor. If you go out and look at storm drains, I know that's, you have nothing better to do than do that, but that's my world, okay? Look in those drains.
Oh, they're filthy.
They're filled with water.
And debris.
And debris, right. How can water from a swale system, even one that's engineered correctly, flow properly if it has no place to flow to?
Maintenance.
Yes, indeed.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, that's a good segue to my comment. So, maintenance. 6 months ago, this body, and this is before Rick and Scott were here, but this body came to a consensus that if there was a piece of infrastructure that was owned and managed by Flagler Beach, this is right after the storms, that it would get looked at, and we would come up with a list, pull money from reserves, and fix it. Y'all remember this conversation? It was very clear. This was 6 months ago after the storms. We said we had a limited amount of time to do it. We have to strike while the iron's hot. The storms have passed. We need to get our infrastructure fixed. If it is a tube that is filled with mud, it needs cleaned out. And here we are 6 months later saying, oh, hey, all these projects aren't working because we didn't do what commission said to do. You know, South Flagler, possible solution, clean out the pipes. You were told to do that. Ensure all storm drains clean and maintained. This commission authorized the money and the go-ahead to go and do that. Dredge ponds if that's needed, that's fine. Clear outflow pipes of debris. Clear and rebuild a ditch. If that's what's needed, you do it. To solve South Flagler, clean out all pipes, ensure all storm drains are clean and maintained, install backflow preventers, install outflow pipes. All of this we instructed and said we would set aside the money to get the projects done 6 months ago. Nothing has been done other than we have a presentation that says we didn't do it, and now we're thinking about talking about solutions when this was already agreed on. We referenced, there was a quote, we can't keep flailing around, we need to get to it, as part of the presentation. And there was a reference of a broken record. And, you know, now after commission authorized, we gave direction, we said where the money would come from. Now we're saying we can't do that because we want to come up with two different plans. We need to do a stormwater master plan and a vulnerability assessment action plan. And that's fine because you definitely have to have a plan to know where you're going. You don't need a plan to know if a pipe's clogged. And we have our two focus areas where we have the solution right in front of us, where we've already given direction and we're just not doing it. And I think, you know, we as a body need to recognize that and own it and then get that fixed. That's my own opinion. So that's my opinion on that. So then it was brought up that when these plans come, we are also going to do plans for Beverly Beach. And I about fell out of my chair when I heard that, because I've been listening for like 2 years about how the utilization of staff is over what is practical. And everybody knows if you're in an emergency situation, number one, you have to help yourself, and number two, then you can help others. Why we would agree on, and I'm not anti-Beverly Beach. What I am for is, number one, you help yourself. And when you are able to, you help others. If our staff is completely maxed out, can't get their jobs done because they have too many tasks to do, which is all I've been hearing for a year, then why are we agreeing to handle another municipality's administrative stuff? And I would say that is an immediate stop. We can't keep our own heads above water. And I hope, just for clarity, I don't want y'all to think I'm throwing daggers at either one of you. I am expressing frustration because after the storms, this body made a commitment to the citizens to immediately start fixing these things. And I don't think we've accomplished anything. And if we have, I would like to be enlightened. And we can't do that. We're going to start getting into a new hurricane season without even cleaning up our pipes. This is something you can sub out and have done within 30 days.
It was supposed to be subbed out.
What's that?
It was supposed to be subbed out.
Yeah.
That was the direction.
Yeah, and all, you know, if we had a cover on it that said Flagler Beach, if we had a pipe that said Flagler Beach, it was to work. And Jane brought up a real good point back when we were talking about this. She said, well, we need to prioritize this, and we need to at least have kind of a punch list of how much is this going to cost, so we know we're not getting in above our heads. But it cannot wait on two different studies that are probably going to take a very long time. And based on what I'm hearing, if we follow that, then maybe within 2 years, we might have a plan to then start moving along. Meantime, all these people are going to lose their houses and we will have done nothing. When we have all these controllable factors that we as a city can do right now, we could start on this tomorrow if we agree to actually do that, which we already did 6 months ago. And so this is a extreme frustration point. And I don't expect an answer. I would actually probably prefer not getting an answer right now on it. But what I would like to see is an answer brought forward at a upcoming meeting about how we are going to do the very simple controllable things, which are, and Lee, thank you for bringing the solutions to the problems, because that's the big hit of the meeting. Is we have South Flagler at South 23rd, we have this, you know, a big chunk of the solution of the problem here, right here, and then South Flagler at South 12th, we have a big solution of the problem. We have it. This is doable. We can do this. Is it going to cost money to dredge the ponds? Sure. That's the entire purpose of having a reserve and in the city budget. When has this body dipped into reserves? I couldn't even tell you when. We would probably have to use your knowledge for that if we've done that in the past.
I'll say we have. I can't come up with right now.
A while ago. But that's the whole point of having a reserve is to do these things where time is of the essence. You got to get this done before the next hurricane season. So at least we can say we are doing our part, other than thinking about doing our part. That is my only comments, and I would just, you know, I don't need answers to it. It's a frustration, and hopefully we will have some answers coming. And staff, if you got any comments, we can cover those, and then we'll move on to public comment. Yes, sir.
Chair, I could address that. I think it'd probably be appropriate to address, and I do have a couple of observations. And the reason I asked Lee the question on timeframes is because Lee answered it, we don't have it at this point. But I think I want to make sure that the commission as well as the public is aware of some things that staff is doing that to try to alleviate and has been doing to alleviate that problem. I have seen a coordinated effort between engineering and between our project coordinator that trying to get the contractor to get those valves installed for a number of days. I mean, this has not been a one-time shot. They have really been active at trying to ensure that those valves get installed. The problem, I think, and one of the keys was that Lee mentioned, is we had to get the diameter of the pipes finalized and match them up against the valves to get the right valve size. Now that that's complete, it's July 1st, and we're somewhat, we're not somewhat, we are at the mercy of the contractor until that deadline date. And I think Drew mentioned that it would be, I won't speak for Drew, but it would be a mistake at this point if we went out and tried to get another contractor to replace that contractor, because the time delay that would be incurred would be way beyond July. So I did want to make a comment on that. I would also comment, what we can do is, if that with that direction, we can provide you at not the next meeting, because that'd be probably too quick, but a subsequent meeting, a list of a project for maintenance that we would have and what a cost would be. I would ask the commission that if you're looking at only your stormwater fund, the reserve in that stormwater fund is not sufficient to do much. You're going to have to go into the general fund reserve if you're going to do any type of a subsequent, substantive maintenance project. So what I will do is look at what we could provide out of the general fund reserve based upon a project that engineering would say this is a maintenance project, and then we'd have to get quotes for what it would be, because I would imagine that we do not have the internal staff to be able to do a project like that, and probably require large equipment. If I could, if you would allow me just to provide you a couple observations that I think is important, and I think it's important for the public as well. What staff has been working on to try to get those valves in for this project has been absolutely incredible. The frustration that staff has had on not being able to get the contractor to make commitments on what the times are going to be has been very, very obvious to me. They have really worked hard to do that. I would also like to make a comment. One of the things that I'm going to present to you on the 3rd is we do need a city engineer. There's no question. The city needs to be beefing up some of our administrative and capabilities for services that we just do not have. We have contracted out a lot of services. We have done grants, try to fund things through grants, and I'm very, very concerned with compliance on grants. We've got way too many. Lee mentioned that I contacted a grants manager, had them come in yesterday to present to you to see what we can do as far as getting somewhat of a centralized grants management process in place where we can at least monitor all the grants that we have to ensure we're in compliance. Because at this point, we're so decentralized, I don't have confidence that we are in total compliance with everything that we have coming in, and we're even looking at trying to bring more money in through grants, and that's risky. I also think our public works, we need to beef up the maintenance in that public works department, internal maintenance, to where we can do more as well as appropriate more for contract maintenance. So that is just definitely a necessity that has to be done. With that, I'll stop. We will be bringing you a project for maintenance. I'll look at, and I saw head shaking, that general funds expected what we have in stormwater reserves as well as general fund reserves. And we're not going to break the bank, but at least get some projects at least identified. And it won't be at the next meeting. We'll have to make sure we do it right, but it'll be at an upcoming meeting.
And there's kind of a caveat to that too. Those valves won't work unless we handle what was identified in this.
Well, and in part of what Lee mentioned, and I would like to emphasize this too, some of those outflows are under the water and are not going to come up. And when they're under the water, you don't have the right pressure to be able to drain anything. And that is largely caused by the climate change that we have experienced. And when Lee used that one slide about the level of the low tide, that's distressing. And I think he was referring to it, I asked our public works director when we were there, when's the last time you've seen that outflow pipe? And she said years. And I said, have you ever seen it? She said, oh yeah, I've seen it back when I first started, because I used to trim around it. So she trimmed around it. But what we're experiencing, I believe, is a completely different world that we have to confront and look at new ways of doing things.
Any other comments before we do public comment? Commissioner Spradley?
Just one quick, and that is that I don't think you could say it loudly enough, although you attempted to, that
I had too much energy drink tonight.
that's okay, that you can do some maintenance that's going to be required anyway while time passes, while you're putting together the plans, particularly this maintenance on this project. I mean, it's akin to if I'm going to at some point get a large air conditioning unit on my building, but I don't know what. I'm still going to change the filter until I get there, you know, and that's what we need to do, is to continue that. That's all.
All right, with that, we will open this up to public comment. Ask everybody to start with their name and address, and if you can keep all your comments limited to 3 minutes, and just to address myself.
Susan Price, 2400 South Daytona. Jane, I have the answer to your question about the pipes because I called Neil Richardson at WAPRO. When I'm getting no answers from anybody else, I looked up the guy from the meeting, found him, called him. We were 3 weeks between the change order and then waiting 2 more weeks for the next meeting and having a vote and blah, blah, blah. We lost the, quote, 50% of the valves out of Miami. The other thing he said to me was there are some of these check valves that are odd-sized. It's not the usual, so they had to make special order them. I was also told that the valves were being shipped, as in on a boat, from Sweden. They are not being shipped on a boat. They're being air freighted, and they were supposed to be here on May 6th, is what he told me. So, just so you know. I appreciate Commissioner Cooley, you saying again and again, get this done, get this done, get this done. And then we turn around and say, well, we'll talk about it next meeting. And we'll talk about it next meeting, and we'll talk about it next meeting. We're done talking. We're done talking. We're running out of time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Paul, if you could, please state your name and address.
Good evening. Paul Ike, North Flagler Avenue. I actually did have a few questions about this grant that we were talking about. And if I could, Chairman Cooley, there was mention of an engineer that would be needed to spearhead that study, this vulnerability assessment. I'm not sure I got that right, but is that part of the grant if we bring an engineer in to do this assessment? Is that covered by the grant? Is the engineer covered? I should address the chair.
Yeah, Paul, if you can, just ask all your questions and we'll address them once we're done.
Okay, thank you. The main question is, it mentions in the presentation, the adaptation plan is to be completed by September 23rd. And my question was, are all of the bullet points to be completed by September of this year?
And that's for which plan?
That's for the Vulnerability and Assessment Action Plan.
Okay.
And then there is no mention here of implementation, and I did have a question about if anybody has spoken about implementation, how long would that implementation take? And where does the money come from for the implementation? And if anybody has an idea how much that implementation may cost if we get to that point. The last thing that I'd like to say is that with those bullet points, the very first one was conduct public outreach meetings. It's the only time in any one of these things that the public is mentioned. I would really ask the commission to take a look at that and make sure that at various parts of this plan that the people in the public have an opportunity to address that. And the last thing is really just a question that comes from what Lee had said. The solutions are really simple for this flooding and stormwater. You either have to pump it out or you have to store it. Well, storing it doesn't sound like it's an option at all. So my question is, what kind of thoughts have we given to being able to pump out all of our retention ponds? And if that comes with a barrier, what does that look like? How much does it cost, and how long will it take? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Anyone else for public comment? Marshall, if you can, please state your name and address.
Marshall Shoup, Palm Circle. It really is Palm Triangle, but I guess they couldn't put that on the sign. So, I'm going to, hopefully I get all of these points across in 3 minutes, and I understand that South Flagler in the south end of the city has more of a problem than we do, but it sort of came to my attention when Rick brought up and Rick and I don't always agree, but I agree with him on this time, brought up the idea of Palm Circle being cut up, dig the swales out and regrade. And Jane can remember when I appeared before the commission when they were doing the swales, and there were several of the neighbors and myself that couldn't get in and out of our driveways because they had such a low grade, and we suggested they just put a deeper grate in. Well, that's one of the problems that we've got. The water from the people that used to live there, and some still do, they said the water used to go towards the intercoastal from North Flagler when it rained or we had any problems like that. But the engineering, because they couldn't get any access to the intercoastal because the people that owned the property on the end didn't want a pipe or an access or whatever. So they regraded everything with a high point at the 200 block, which is closest to the intercoastal, and then regraded downhill, and they put in a retention pond. And I know I talked to Larry Torino about this probably 10 years ago. What's the difference between a retention pond and a detention pond? And I think he explained to me, and you probably agree with Lee, one of them, the water is meant to be captured and then seep into the ground, and the other is to be captured and sort of sit there, if you will. And then, of course, more comes in and some goes out. So I don't know quite what we've got at the end of the road. It's a triangle. We do have one of those raised grates where I was told by the contractors back in 2010 or 11, I've been on the street since 2007, so whenever they did that project, I said, well, you're going to put a one-way valve on these outlets where you go into the one canal, which is south of us, and then the natural canal, which is in back of our house. And he said, oh yeah, we're putting in the one-way valves. The water will it will flow out, but it won't flow back in. And now I'm hearing that, well, we've got an 18-inch pipe with no valves in it. Which brings me to a point. We all know that we have a prevailing east wind, and when the east wind pushes the water into the intercoastal, raises the water 2 to 3 feet, it gets in there, but it is not going to go away, and it doesn't have any place to go. It doesn't have any place to go because you've still got an east wind coming in. But what we've run into, and our former Jennifer's boss, Ellen Watts, we called because we had some water backing up on Palm Circle on the north side as well as the other side, and he found that the gentleman that's down towards the end of the road had put towels in to stop the water because he didn't want to go across his property and into the pond because it made the frogs keep them awake at night, okay? We also, I can tell you, there's a gentleman that no longer has his house. He sold it a couple of years ago. He added at least 2 layers of sod, so the water comes past my house, goes to Melinda's, who's flooded 3 times in 5 years, goes to the next gentleman's house, and then stops, goes out in the road, goes around the house, and then continues back down through the swale. And I realize I'm way over, I'm cranking it up here, all right? We've got, Lee, I did a study, we've got 11 manholes on the triangle. Does anybody know what happened and is on Daytona Ave where they dug that big pit about 10 years ago? It was supposed to be an underwater, take the water from Central and from A1A, keep it there rather than let it run downhill. Does anyone know if that tank is still working? The other problem that we have is the driveway drains have never been emptied. And I remember Larry Newsom saying to us when he was going through the city right after he was hired, he said, who's going to clean these drains out? What kind of a contract did you ever agree to, because I was a commissioner at that time, agree to have these drains? And I said, well, they told us that the fire department, which I volunteer with, will come in and take a hose and blow the dirt out. Come on.
Marshall, you gotta wrap up.
Okay.
You're way over.
Way over. The last thing I want to say is I want to be hired, if you're going to hire somebody to do Palm Island, and it went from $75,000 to $195,000, they're going to do maintenance of traffic. If that means a flagman, I'll do it for less than $5,000. You know, I mean, it went from 1,000 to 5,000. And the other thing is the regrading of swales went from 19,000 to 119,000.
And just, we also have comments at the end of the meeting too, for things like hiring you to do flagging and stuff.
Give you the other.
And we'll get those questions answered. Anybody else for public comment on this agenda item? Quinn? All right, we'll close public comment. All right, so we have some questions. So we'll start with Mr. Ike's questions. Okay, so first thing was these studies. The question was, is there an engineer, I guess in the wings would be the best way to put it, to head up the study already? And is that covered by the grant?
The grant is for a study that pays the fee of the engineer who is doing the study.
Okay, and concerning the vulnerability study that was to be completed by 9/23, will all bullets be complete by 9/23?
Yes.
Okay. And then when it comes to, and this might be getting a little further out, when it comes to implementation, how long will that take, and do we have any even remote ballpark on dollars?
No.
We don't know what it's going to show.
Right,
So.
because we haven't done the study.
Ask me that when the study's done, and I can give you some good answers.
I'm going to make sure all the questions get answered, though. There was a comment about more public outreach. There was the neighborhood meetings, but and this wasn't really a question, but I think the concern's valid. I think that would be workshops would be called for something like that.
Well, they can come to every meeting that we have.
Correct.
So nothing's behind closed doors.
Right. And then there was a question brought about pumping out the city retention ponds and how much in the process. What that would be like.
Why would you do that? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, and that might be something for an offline conversation. Paul, did I phrase your question correctly at least?
It's fine.
Okay.
I think that was a scrivener's error there.
That was my error? Probably. I have a lot of scribbles here.
Okay.
And if I misstated your question, Paul, please correct me. And then Marshall. So in Palm Circle Triangle, is that a retention pond or a detention pond?
I believe it's a detention pond because it's not meant to hold water permanently. I could be wrong, however.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there was a comment brought up about 18-inch pipes needing checked for possible towels or just checked in general.
I beg your pardon?
The drain pipes. It sounds like some are potentially clogged and they would need checked. That was brought up.
Oh, I have no doubt that there are clogs.
Yes.
But I will say this, though. A lot of the valves that were put in the bulkhead pipes over in some of the canals, they had flapper valves. They didn't have these kind of pressure valves. And I think the storms wiped them away because we found a lot that didn't have any valves at all.
All right. So that's a potential add to our project as another phase, possibly.
Well,
or something that he's looked at.
Yeah, you had given a directive to think about putting these valves on every single one of our outflow lines. Okay, we have a lot of them.
And there was a priority to that, and they were getting prioritized. Is Palm Triangle part of that?
That's part of it, They don't have that many outflow pipes, though.
Got it. Okay, so that is part of our maintenance we would need to look at Palm Circle. Potential change of grade with neighbors, that might be something that engineering we might need to look at. And then the question was brought up about a large tank not working or potentially working. Do we know the status of that large tank?
I have no clue.
Right.
Now underneath the, was that the 5th Street parking lot at Daytona, is this where it is, right, Marsh? Is a collection vessel for all the stormwater in the CRA areas. So all that water at the high end, not down on Flagler Avenue, but Daytona and Central, all that water ends up in that containment vessel. And it's supposed to dispense from there. And I don't believe that's ever had any maintenance. And that's the point Marshall was bringing up.
Okay. I had no knowledge.
No stormwater anywhere has had any maintenance.
Right. But that is a piece of Flagler Beach municipal equipment that if it's there, it needs to work.
And it should be at least looked at.
Right. Okay. So that's, city manager, we can add that to your very small list of things to be done by July. Okay, and that was all the questions that I had notated for public comment, and that's closed. So back up here, comments or questions?
I'd just like to make one more comment about following up on what other people have done for solutions, and whether we're come up with the best way of doing this by checking in with St. Augustine and other coastal communities that have these same issues. Apparently they found ways to fix it. I'm sure others have as well, and we haven't. So be nice that we did some good research on what other people have done to cure these problems.
I think it's also important to remember what Mike started this whole discussion with is changes. I know that Miami thought they had everything fixed. West Palm Beach thought they had everything fixed. Water levels rise, sea level rise. They flood more than they ever did. So it's nice to come up with solutions, but you can't look backwards. You have to look have this study done, and it'll work for now. We don't know what will work in the future, and I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Comments or thoughts? I'm good. Staff? City manager?
One other comment I would like to make, and that's with respect to Beverly Beach, because typically there's no real expense that we have by cooperating with Beverly Beach. That's really to enlarge the scope of the project and as well increase your population base so you get more money. Unless there's something about that grant that I'm not familiar with. Typically, when you cooperate and combine with another municipality or county, you're actually getting increased revenues because you enlarge your service area. And so it's not anything that would cost us staff time or city money. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lee.
Well, you're partially right. We have an interlocal agreement with Beverly Beach. We supply stormwater management, and we also supply building, I believe, building inspection.
Right. But on the grant that's being talked about, that
the grant was the grant proposal when it was put together included Beverly Beach for that reason, economy of scale.
Yeah, to get a larger area.
Right.
So we can assume it's not going to have an impact or even a big impact on staff.
No, that grant will not have an impact. As a matter of fact, it's a benefit to the city to do that.
Good info. Anything? Okay. Janelle, you're being very quiet. You don't have to.
She doesn't look like Penny either, does she?
Janelle's like, I just want to get the videos to work right. All right, well, we'll move on to item 9 then. All right, so item 9, approved sponsorship donations to groups supporting 4th of July activities. And Janelle.
That I can talk to.
All right.
All right, and I wrote it all out from Penny's notes. Basically, staff is recommending $10,000 to go to Palm Coast and Flagler County for sponsorship of the fireworks, $5,000 donated to the Rotary for the management of the annual parades, $1,000 donated to Flagler Assist for the safety efforts supporting the annual parades, and $1,000 donated to the citizens on patrol, the cops, for their safety efforts supporting the annual parades, and then $1,000 donated to Surf Radio for the various entertainment in Veterans Park for the 4th. We are asking that the $7,000 that remains of the $25,000 that was budgeted be used towards overtime that will be seen for police, fire, and lifeguard budgets.
All right.
And basically, that's it.
Commissioner Mealy?
I don't know how to make this sound right, but I'm a little hesitant about so much money to support the fireworks. We have asked Palm Coast over and over and over again to support certain things on the beach, that they are the ones that use the most. And we've gotten that much. I agree with the Rotary. I agree with everything else. I agree with. And I won't fight it, but I just had to get that out there. I would hope that if we do give at this much, that there be some reciprocity down the road. And I'll leave it at that.
I think it's valid. Commissioner Spradley?
And I understand what Commissioner Mealy is saying, for sure. But I think there may be value back to the city for having its name in bright lights as a sponsor for the fireworks, for one thing.
People are going to go anyway.
People are going to go anyway, but I'm talking about from a public relations standpoint. You know, I can already envision, only because I already hear, that the city of Flagler Beach is no longer having fireworks and so forth. And the fact that we're participating in putting on the community fireworks show, I think there is value in that.
Thanks. Commissioner Bellier?
I would hope that if we're giving them $10,000, that maybe the fireworks show would be a little bigger than it would be without that money. So I hope it gets used in that manner. And maybe we'll be a little happier with that. But just my thought.
Flagler Beach could potentially sponsor the finale or something like that. Or at least have a name on something. I don't know what the total cost of the show is, so I might be underputting by quite a bit.
Well, they had something planned before we thought about
So did we just
joining
cut their
in.
costs
So
or, yeah?
with our extra money, maybe it can get a little, turn it into more of a show. That would be nice.
Commissioner Sherman, Mayor?
I'm glad to see money going to the Rotary as well as Surf Radio and Flagler Assist, and also covering a lot of our costs for overtime. And I'm hoping Palm Coast does hear us loud and clear if we decide to give the $10,000 that we're scratching their back. It'd be nice if they scratched ours. That's it.
And Drew, just a disclaimer, not that we are suggesting quid pro quo.
That's actually one where it's okay.
Oh, well, in that case, we are. He approved it.
We are, then we are.
All right. And,
So yes, we should do this.
all right. And let's open this up, public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. And, yeah, we will need a motion on that.
Motion to approve sponsorship donations to the groups listed supporting the 4th of July.
So second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hear none, motion passes unanimous. All right, staff reports.
Well, as I think you remember that there's mediation today in the golf course case, which is about all that I can say. Scott, Patrick from my office, and Liz were your team there at mediation, but it was continued until June 1. They did have discussions today. It did not impasse, and because it is continued and it's not over, we are still in the mediation, nobody talks about anything, phase of it. So I can't give you an update on what those conversations were here. Depending on what happens between now and June 1, hopefully there will be some communications between the attorneys, and we can, if there's a need to, we will come to you at the next meeting, probably is when I will do this, and ask for you to schedule a shade meeting if there's a need for it. So I'm not asking you to schedule that yet. We'll know by our next meeting what direction things are moving. And at that point, when we're in the shade, I can discuss with you as a group what's going on in those negotiations and where we are. And the purpose of that meeting, if we had it, would be to get your input. It would not be for a settlement offer or approval of anything at that point, because that would come after that next mediation session if it got that far. But just really to get your input as to which direction negotiations were going when they go back into that session on June 1. So that's all I really can say about the mediation at this point. I did have a couple other things. One, in your agenda package, I don't know if you've looked at it yet, but I had Janelle put it on your agenda so you knew to look at it. There is the concurring opinion in Paris versus State of Florida, which was, I didn't give you the actual majority opinion in it. It's out of the 4th Circuit Court of Appeal, or 4th Circuit, if I remember correctly. But it was a criminal case involving sunshine law violations. And the facts of it were somewhat egregious, but the reason I'm giving you the concurrence is the concurring judge, he wrote a concurrence specifically as if he were writing to elected officials. And so this is something that I've shared with all the cities that we work with, everybody in my office. We're sharing it with the cities that we work with so they can share it with their elected officials. I'm sharing it to other attorneys who do what I do so they can share it with their elected officials, because it was about as well written from the bench, as well written please listen to what I'm saying and do not do these things, to the point of he gives a list 1 through 7. Do not do these 7 things, please. Yeah. So it was a really well-written concurrence. I would encourage all of you to read it and really to kind of keep it in mind, because I have not seen a judge write that well about the sunshine law.
Yeah, it really was well written.
So I would ask you to look at that. Jane, I do have answers to, I think, everything you asked on the week 5 legislative update and most of them are, I think, as you suspected they would be. My answers are, yeah, the shorthand they use in their summary overbroadens things, so I can get with you after the meeting, or we can get whenever you want to, and I can go over those with you. But rather than take time here, I'll do that offline. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I had a question for you, Drew. You can decide on how you want to answer this. So since the process started concerning the golf course, what about compliance of the contract since that process
Still
started?
in compliance. I mean, I don't know what the condition of the golf course is, those kind of things, but as far as paying the lease and paying the rent and all that, yeah. I mean, that's all, yes.
Okay, that's what I mean.
And as far as financial reporting, not only have they been sending it to at least recently been sending it to city manager and finance director, I've been getting copies of them too. So we have been getting financial reports.
Good info, thank you. Any questions for Drew?
I will, but I'll wait till my report.
Jane has questions for you.
Just one.
All right, city manager.
I think everyone's aware that the executive search is ongoing and is progressing. I believe all the commission has had an opportunity to speak with the executive search firm, and they have put together a profile that will be sent to, will be marketed. We're revising that now. We'll send it to them, it'll come back to you, you'll review it, and then it will be disseminated publicly. So that will probably be next week is what our plan is for that. The goal of the executive search firm is to be able to have candidates recruited and submitted to you. I'm thinking it'll be probably between 6, 7 top candidates that will be submitted to you in July. And for a final interview. 2-day process is what they're looking at. It would be the mid part of July. And with that, a meeting would probably be around the mid-July 18th is what we're looking at this point as a target for you to meet the candidates and make a decision which candidate you believe best fits your needs as the next city manager. With that as a goal, my plan would be to transition from the interim city manager. It'd be July 31st or in the week of August 4th. So that would give us transition period for the new person coming in. I would come back for probably a day here, a day there, just to meet with them, to provide any information they needed. I would also, based upon what the manager wanted me to do, I would continue working and may possibly present the FY 23-24 budget message to you and answer questions with respect to the budget so that there would be continuity at that point. But I would no longer be in the quote chain of command. It would just be as a as a consultant. So that's the plan. I would transition the end of July, first week of August at this point.
That all hinges on that we actually hire somebody.
That's good. That's good. You got me on that one. I don't know how to respond.
Well, and then the other question is, did you apply for that position?
I can give you a good answer to that. No, I have not.
All right, thank you, city manager. Lee, did you have anything?
I did want to say one thing. There are allusions to we don't do anything or accomplish anything. May 1st is going to be a huge day for us because we have that consultants coming in town for the FMA grants, the house lifting, and I expect a big show for those folks, and they're going to give 2 workshops, one at 3, one at 6. And anybody that you folks out there know, or you folks up here know, people that have not heard of this program and want to get on the bandwagon, there's still plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point. That's something, and there's been a lot of PSAs going out about it. However, I think that's an initiative that cannot be outdone as far as PSAs go. Just, that's a type of, it's so good and it's so important to scream that one from the mountaintops. Is you have a very good point. It would be, I guess, even reaching out potentially to radio stations, actual hard copy press, whatever we can do as a city to make sure that all hands are on deck for that. That's a really good call out, getting people to that.
Well, it's Monday.
Yeah.
It's just coming Monday.
Oh, yeah?
So don't have much time to spread the
We can
word.
do some stuff, though.
Well, just because people don't go to these workshops doesn't mean that the
still
train has left
comply,
the
yeah.
station.
Right, of
How
course.
about potentially variable message board, right? Veterans Park or something, by the intersection, anything.
First Fridays.
Right. So,
Well, if we're supposed to have staff at First Friday at a table, then that's
Yeah,
part of the...
Joyce is going to be
Joyce is
there,
gonna be
and I'm going to have her spread that message.
Okay, well, sounds good.
okay. All right. And that's all you got, Lee?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Janelle?
I just have one thing. The CRA director would like to ask for a special meeting during the May 8th meeting, if you all are.
One of those we stop and...
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's what she's asking for.
May 8th is a Monday.
I'm sorry, the first May meeting.
But it doesn't change the time of the meeting.
It does not.
Right, we just do it.
I'm sorry, yeah, she just said the first meeting, I didn't look, May 11th, yes.
Is everybody okay with doing that? Did she say what for?
I'm looking through the email chain, and it looks like it's from Atlantic Ocean Realty, a request on his office for a request on the special meeting, and that's all it says on here. The one right up here on the corner.
For a grant?
I have no idea, sir, it does not say.
All right, so how do y'all feel about that?
Yeah,
Wish I
if
knew what it
Karen
was
wants
for.
the meeting, then she should have it. It doesn't change the time that we need.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if there's more information, but I
Well, I'm
want
sure
to
there
punish
will
the,
be.
punish the business by not having
Right,
it,
right.
just because we don't know, since we're going to be here anyway.
I'm sure she does. I'm sorry, they just asked me to ask you
That's
during
just-
the meeting, so they didn't need to
Just a one-item agenda, correct?
believe so.
All right, okay. I'm good with it.
We have a consensus?
Yeah.
Okay. Just for the record, I'm opposed to that. Those are supposed to be quarterly, not at will. But we have a consensus. And what else you got? Is that it, Janelle?
I think that was it.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. And we got that. All right, so commission comments. Mayor?
Only have one, and that is the next First Friday beach cleanup is First Saturday beach cleanup is May 6th. I'm hungry. Brain can't operate. It's May 6th, 9 a.m. Meet at the A-frame under the pier. We're going to have extra people there because there was apparently a lot of traffic tickets last month. So I've had lots of people calling me. So we'll have more volunteers on deck. But we'd like to see residents. That's one thing that we're missing is residents at our beach cleanups. We don't have any. So please, 9 a.m., May 6th, under the A-frame. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sherman?
So just kind of fill you guys in on my TPO meeting we had on yesterday. It was actually a really good one. They actually covered the resiliency plan for A1A. So it was actually really nice to kind of let District 5 know what's going on, or, our other, municipalities. And it was rather interesting to hear some of their feedback. I think it's a lot of maybe some of the same concerns we had. about the sand and the sea camp walls and everything. So that was a really good presentation. One of the things I had mentioned again was, they mentioned in their presentation again about the plants. Well, I thank them for putting in the sand fencing and how much I think we all pretty much had a consensus that we really appreciated that. But I said, what we're seeing is people are still trampling all over the vegetation. You want to put in vegetation, but the vegetation is going to get trampled on. It's not going to ever have the ability to root in.
Somebody submitted a video.
Yes, I saw that email too. And so, I said it jokingly, but not jokingly. I said, well, I guess we just have to start putting in cactus. And maybe that'll be a physical barrier that would prevent people from climbing all over the dunes, because obviously, the sand fencing is not doing anything. So I appreciate, again, I thank them for what they did. I thought one of the other major points was, I think we're all pretty aware of it as well, but they mentioned also on the southern end of A1A, again, reducing the speed limit to 20, I think they mentioned 25. They didn't really give us a specific speed. I'm assuming maybe it would be a gradual thing as you come into the Volusia Flagler line there where it's 55. So I would assume it would be gradual. So I think those were two of the big take-homes. And actually one of the other things was, I don't know if we have this now in our government vehicles that our staff drives, but one of the things they did a really great presentation on was distracted drivers. They actually took students from Embry-Riddle and male students at that too. They honed in on male college-age students. And so people were asking why, and they had the data to support it. So it was actually a really good presentation. And during that presentation, they were showing you how you can put the Do Not Disturb feature on your phones. And actually, I think the Vice Mayor of New Smyrna had mentioned that all their phones are already set that way, so they get city phones, and that they're already set to when they're driving, it's on that Do Not Disturb. So that was one of the other major takeaways that I got out of that meeting. Other than that, that's all I have.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Sounds like a good meeting.
It was.
All right, I've got a fine list here, but I'll keep it short. I'll limit it to 3. Parking lots. We've been talking about for years the parking lots and fixing them up. So I don't know whatever happened to that. We did some work on the surface of them. We didn't get the shell type sand that we expected to get. So now, the plants are growing through it, and grass and weeds and so forth. But then too, there was supposed to be some beautification done along after that, and we just totally lost traction on it, it appears. So I'm just curious what may have happened to that, and whether we want to think about that when budget time comes around again, or when TDC money comes around again.
Yeah, why don't you bring it up at budget time?
Yeah. About 2 weeks ago, there was an accident between a golf cart and a person going laterally on one of our numbered roads. Golf cart heading north on Daytona, and the car going cross traffic. And it was pretty much stemmed from a sight line issue, where they pull up to the stop sign, you can't really see down the road very far. And then, of course, a golf cart's smaller than a car, which makes it even harder to see. And it just takes me back to when we, and I was commissioner at the time, when we decided to go back to our own maintenance or grounds crew group. And I thought for sure that part of what they were going to be tasked to do was to trim back some of this overgrowth so we could see to pull out safely from our stop signs. I had a nice talk with the chief yesterday, talked to him about 2 hours about different things, but that was one of them that I just wonder why we can't, as a city, trim back these street corners and make it where our citizens can, travel on our street safely and pull out from a stop sign without worrying about whether you're going to get hit or hit somebody else because you can't see. So I just hope that somewhere, sometime soon, that that's not going to leave my list until we find a way to make something happen different. And last thing, last couple of farmers markets, the vegetable group, the vegetable people that sell the actual vegetables, have now taken over one of the pavilions. And as far as I know, that was not within within the borders of what they were allowed to use.
Nope.
So now we're taking away something that's, for our citizens. There was a group in the other one, but then I just don't think.
Somebody needs to talk to Tracy.
So, okay, so that's what I wanted to bring up. They shouldn't be. The farmer's market that's down by the school, the building department, that park, Wickline Park, they had certain parameters they were supposed to stay within.
There was a map submitted with the original proposal.
And it did not include our pavilions.
They just need to follow what was agreed on.
That's all I got. That's all I'm worried about today. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Mealy.
Okay, Drew, my question was, I know that you had been talking with Sandra Natubik about the property behind what's going on with that?
And I also had a conversation with John Tuesday, and then I was over here yesterday for code enforcement. And so he is working on notice of violation, and I'm hoping, I asked him to give short compliance dates, so I'm hoping for a June hearing, but July at the latest for hearing in front of the magistrate, just depending on how notices and how much time we have to give for notices.
Okay, so there's been no response from the owner?
No, I've got nothing else. That's why I said it's going to have to be code enforcement, and we'll have to bring it to the code enforcement process. But yes, John has the code section to cite, and he's working on notice of violation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, a bunch of interesting meetings. I went to the Flagler Tiger Bay Club meeting where they had the executive director of the Florida Association of Counties talk about home rule and what's being taken away. And the next day, I think it was the next day, went to the Northeast Florida League of Cities meeting in Atlantic Beach, where we had the president of the league speak about exactly the same things, and they were saying the same stuff, which I thought was really good, that the two groups are going after or fighting against the same things. I thought that was really good. Went to my first Family Life Center meeting. Interesting, they're financially doing pretty well, and they got a bunch of upcoming events to cover the good work that they do. And last night I went to the Flagler Tiger Bay Club, had Maya Angelou's grandson speak, and man, I think they may have recorded some of it. He talked so much about personal courage and unity and listening to each other, which was important. He stayed away from politics. And he kept saying, I'm not her. People were asking him, what would she do with the politics being the way it is now, when he's like, but she raised him, and so he became who he is because of her. But I thought that his emphasis on listening and working together was a good one. So, nice. I'd say he was probably about 50, somewhere around there. It was a good showing. They held it at Craves. It was a good showing. And that's all.
Commissioner Spradley.
Thank you. I, too, was at the Tiger Bay Club luncheon with Ginger DeLegal, I think is how she pronounces her name.
It's an interesting name.
And who's a lawyer. Her name's DeLegal. But it was an excellent presentation. She discussed the history of home rule And anyone who has an interest in that and how it's undergoing changes would appreciate her talk. So I enjoyed it as well. And Commissioner Bellhumor was there as well. I'm continuing to get positive reviews of what I will call the Johnston fencing up and down the beach. The sand fences, you know, it was originally a FDOT project, but we approved the mayor's suggested plan to fund it for up and down the beach. And I've even had a couple people say to me, hey, Scott, when are we getting it in front of our place? Because it stops right at South 23rd Street where I'm at. And I just say it's coming. It'll be there in time. But I think for those who originally feared it or didn't like it or weren't persuaded, and those who said it blocks the view, I mean, you know, it's this high.
It still doesn't stop people, though.
I know. Well, that's true. But so that part's good. About a week or so ago, I was reading the news before sunrise, before I went to the beach to take pictures, and I was reading about how that nor'easter we had come through about 10 days ago had taken away some of the tiger dams that Volusia County had put so much money into, and they were swept at sea. So I go to South 23rd Street, and there was like a 40-foot long piece of it right there. You know,
Well, that was nice of them to share.
So it was huge, but it also, I realized right away, it was so big, so massive, and so heavy because I tried to pull it a little bit out of the surf. I don't know what I was thinking, but I contacted the city manager and the chief, and because I didn't want to see it stay where it was or go back out into the sea. And I think within 2 hours, Rob's crew had carried it away. So that was good. Drew mentioned the mediation on the golf course case, and yes, nothing can be said because technically we're in the middle of mediation, so we can't report anything publicly or privately. I will say though that the mediator I'd never met before in my years of practicing law and have mediation. He's very good, you know. So I'm hopeful that if there is a way to resolve the case, I think we have a good mediator. I'm still having my Saturday meetings at my office with any resident who wants to come by. And those have been going well. Kind of an oddity. Last week, I think 5 people came through, residents, to discuss city business. Although 2 of the 5, it turns out their issue wasn't city business, and they left that place as clients of mine. Because it was actually not city. They thought it was, but it wasn't. So I'm going to continue to have those meetings.
So this is a marketing ploy.
However, I will not be having the meeting on Saturday, May 6th, because I will be attending my daughter's graduation from college at Florida Gulf Coast University.
Honors.
With honors. I was shocked. I didn't even know she's graduating with honors, but maybe she didn't want to embarrass me because she knows I did not. So there was that. And let's see. Oh, just backing up a step about the Saturday meetings. Predominantly, everyone who has come to see me, who didn't hire me, but who came to see me about city business, it had to do with stormwater, flood water, drainage issues. Almost every single person. And it's just, and granted, I don't have a representative sampling yet after just 3 Saturdays, but still, without exception, that's what people want to talk about. So I'm glad. I appreciate Lee's presentation tonight and then the public for being here and giving your input.
There's a few extras. You can take them.
True. That's a good idea. Thank you.
All right, just to piggyback off a couple of your points. Well, the fence doesn't stop everybody.
No, it doesn't.
It does present a scenario where if we look at it from an enforcement angle, there's no way at this point anybody can say I didn't know, because you're scaling a fence. Even though it's a small fence, you're still scaling a fence. So it is.
Did you see the guys with the dogs on the beach? Did you see the video?
I did. Yep. Yeah, but for an enforcement side of it, and this is where, you know, as an initiative for our law enforcement. Before, it was heavy education. And, you know, because you have that whole conundrum of, you have a lot of people that, oh, I just didn't know. Now you do. And so that goes away, and now you can look at potential fines and getting into more enforcement, which spreads awareness. And hopefully Saturday, May 20th, you won't be able to do your meeting also, because you're going to be busy at a dog surfing event.
Is Daisy Jane going to go?
Putting that plug out there.
You still coming over for that?
All right. So hopefully you'll be able to pause your meetings, or maybe till the afternoon. So I attended TDC meeting first time in a while since I've been on it. I don't know if that's good or bad.
No, it was good. It was
Okay.
positive the way it was told.
I brought some points up, but I'll talk about what was presented. So the whole concept of a eco-tourism center to anchor that whole section of the county together on the other side of the bridge is still moving forward. The majority of the work to be done is grant funding. A lot of, you'll hear a lot of naysayers about the tourism center, but the cost will be very low. The land and all the surrounding land to that one parcel is all county owned, so there's no cost for land. And then the building itself, they're looking at to have it heavily, if not completely paid with grant funds. So to all the naysayers that are like, why are we building a tourism center? We don't have a problem with tourism. While that one little tiny point is correct, what we don't have is we don't have a visible spot for people to go, and we don't have anything that is in place to focus on other areas of tourism that we have in this county other than just going to the beach. And so and then also within this building in the plan, and they also presented kind of a mock-up plan. It's going to have convention space, small, but this way you'll actually have places to go. And then there's going to be available office space. And where that comes in handy is from economic driving. That doesn't affect us because we're kind of built out, but for a county perspective, any potential work that somebody needs to do when they're here, they can do it at this tourism center, which has, folks that work for local government in it that can get them answers. They can pay to rent offices to do research, and these are all income drivers. So the purpose is to have that building be really financially self-sustaining, and also backing to that land. County also owns close to 1,000 acres. And so that is also looking, so what is nice is we are essentially, everybody talks about we're paving, what do they call that? Pave paradise, well, this is potentially 1,000 acres plus of land that will stay as a nature preserve because it's going to be incorporated into ecotourism. It's going to have more paths being built. And this is also a really good place to bring the reuse water because it's right across the street. And because we were all looking for what do we do with the reuse water? You have 1,000+ acres that's just on the other side of the potential gardens development that doesn't require a lot of infrastructure to get to it, and you can make retention ponds or detention. It's retention?
Yeah,
I just learned something
You want
today.
retention.
All right. So we have, you can build retention ponds, you can do a lot of things, and so these are potential things that would help Flagler Beach as well. And in addition to tying in all of this infrastructure. Another neat piece, y'all see the panels going on the A-frame bridge. So instead of calling it the bridge to nowhere, we can now call it the pier bridge or the A-frame bridge. And those panels are going on, that will be enclosed, which will be kind of neat. It's like a modern covered bridge, essentially.
Like the one up in Princess Place.
And I wanted to show it at this meeting, and I didn't get it done in time, so it's going to be on next meeting. But they did a drone video where they took a drone and sent it down the path over the bridge and to show everybody the new path that actually, believe it or not, goes somewhere. And we know this because I saw the video. And so that,
It was probably photoshopped.
it could have been. But they did a great job. I mean, this thing, it's a lot like T-Docks, where it has the elevated walkways that go through the swamp, so you're actually walking on top of the water. And it's set up a lot of the same way as is, right over by Stefflick. Really cool. Okay, so some to-dos for us. Tourism in city manager, we'll need your help working this into kind of our workload of how we do it. But we're going to be meeting and we're going to be doing our own strategic plan. But there are some asks from tourism. And the first thing is, the director of tourism hears a lot from business groups here in town. And her job is to help as much as possible. But what she doesn't hear from is from this body going, this is what we need from tourism. This is what we as a city need. We all know what our businesses need, right? They need billboards with restaurants on them and all kinds of stuff, and there can't be enough. But that can't be just the message coming from the city. The message needs to come from us, and it needs to be strategic minded so tourism can build their plan around, we are the destination. And it's very important to know what the destination needs. So for future, somewhere in all of this strategic planning, if everybody could just kind of put their thinking hats on.
Well, at one time, Amy held meetings with us and said, what do you want? We met individually and we met collectively. Is she not going to?
Well, she just would like this, just a simple thing from us, because we're doing our strategic planning. So this is a quick, easy. I don't know what she has planned long-term. I can ask her about that. But getting that started, and also you have the county doing their budgeting and stuff too, which brings me to the next thing. The county has no line item in their budget for the beach, none. So if you need to do anything for the beach, it usually ends up coming out of tourism or any type of different thing. But what that does is that it makes kind of a problem, because if you don't have any money budgeted for the beach at all, then when something happens and you need to do stuff, you don't have any money saved to do any of that. And that's kind of where we're at. There's no plans, there's no nothing, and so it's strictly reactive. And since we are a stakeholder in that, that was brought up as we probably need to discuss that as a body and maybe have an ask of county so we can make sure our interests are being heard. In addition to, do we have a letter going out to county this year for budgetary asks?
We already did that. That was the beginning of the year.
Okay.
That was Christmas time.
I don't understand. If they're having these projects planned out, how do they not have money? They have beach projects planned.
Right.
How do they not have any money in the budget?
It's coming from all kinds of.
Oh, so there is money coming in. It's just not taxpayer.
There's
money.
nothing being set aside.
It's not taxpayer money that's
Oh no, there's a lot of taxpayer money too.
But where is it?
Because tourism doesn't have the budget. Well, I haven't gone through their budget.
No, I'm not
to be able to tell
talking
you
about Amy's budget. I'm talking about the county's budget.
Right. Well, that's one of the issues, is they're dipping in Amy's budget heavily.
Using the 110 or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
But if there's nothing set aside when all these things come up, that's when you get into creative accounting and trying to figure out where does the money come from. So, the responsible thing is, do we want to ask that, and we don't want to tell them how to run it, but it's a potential issue because it affects us as well. Because we rely on our tax money, because we pay them 75 cents of every dollar. So our money goes into that, and we need to make sure that, our needs are met as well. And that's all part of this whole strategic thinking of, what do we need? And that, that's not something we're going to be able to figure out now. It's discussion points for when we talk about anything strategic, or whenever city manager in the schedule we can get to talking about those things. So tourism's also working on a Flagler County tourism master and sustainability plan. And one of the things that I brought up concerning that particular discussion is, we've seen a unplanned boom in county population because of COVID and everything, all the macros that, and we are so far ahead of the population trend now that nobody planned on all these people being here this fast. And so as a potential risk for tourism and Flagler Beach proper is we are now the county beach access outside of 6 or 7 walkovers. And if you look at the size of the county, and then you look at the little tiny blip of Flagler Beach on that map, it is an extreme geographic choke point. And I think realistically what we're seeing, and now we're kind of crossing the threshold of, we are reaching our carrying capacity of being able to move people, all of this swarm of folks that are coming to the beach, to being able to get them on the beach in this little tiny area from a county that's this big. So the question comes, how can the county get county residents to the county beach? Do we want the county to rely on us to be that funnel? Because you have a massive county, well over 100,000 people, all trying to go through a city of 5,000 to park there, stay there for the beach, compete with tourism, compete with our own residents, and go to this much beach when you have this much beach. And so that is a risk. I don't have the answer to that, but it's something that's, when we talk about strategic planning, I think that's something that we need to be very aware of, because this isn't going to get any better. And we can talk about, where do we put all these people? Do we want to ask county to make sure that their residents have proper beach access? When we have 53 walkovers and county has 6, and we're 7 miles and they're 40 something miles.
The whole thing isn't 40 miles long.
I mean, when you're the county,
18, it's 18.
18, yeah. There's a geographic choke point, and we are the choke point, and we're paying the price for that. We see that with all our infrastructure needs. But the reason why I bring this up is because these are just talking points that we as a city probably need to, at some point, put on the table and just have a discussion about it and think strategically. What are we going to ask tourism? What are we going to ask county? And kind of what do we want to do as a city to really talk about those topics?
Here's a place that Palm Coast can help us out, that I brought up before.
Right. Palm Coast City, 100,000 people, has no beach access. Right. And we have a lot of money going to county. And this was never a concern when the population of the county was, 50, 75,000. It wasn't a concern because there was room. But as people pile in, 20,000 people a year to the county, to try to jam all those people into this little funnel of beach access. It just doesn't work. Commissioner Sherman, you guys had a question?
Yeah, I just had a question for you with the TDC. Is that something you guys are considering as like maybe in your strategic plan is to look north into, you know, the hammock and finding locations that maybe the TDC and the county can start, you know, I'm a Volusia County kid, right? So down in Volusia County, we have Splash Park. We had a bunch of different parks like that along the A1A corridor there that allowed people to not maybe just go flock to the different locations around the, you know, Volusia County beaches. So I guess that's my question for you is, has there been any discussion of trying, I know north of us, you know, the way the land is kind of laid out, it may make for something difficult, but I think we do need to look at that. Maybe is that something with the TDC is to look to start pulling some of that off of us, because you're right, there's just not, we don't have the room for all the people that are going to come flocking to our beaches.
There are beaches north of us.
Right, but I was thinking like parking.
We're the only ones with lifeguards.
Right, well, that's the other thing is having county lifeguards and, you know, and again, taking that, and that, exactly.
So to answer your question, the answer is no. And the reason why this has not been on the radar is because Flagler Beach has not said, hey, you, the other vested parties with beach interests, we have an issue that we want your help with. And that's where our strategic plan comes in. We need to identify potential opportunities and threats that are going to impact us, impact tourism, and identify them when we do our ask. You know, what do we want from county? What do we want from tourism? And that was
Don't leave out Palm Coast. We need to start asking Palm Coast too.
Right.
That's
where the majority of the people
right,
are.
But Palm Coast can't build beach access points because they don't have the land.
But they can help finance.
They can lobby, right, and help finance, and they can help steer our county leaders and stuff. And you're absolutely right. And that's why I wanted to just put these out there and say we need to kind of, as a body up here, put our thinking caps on, talk to our constituents, and then kind of think about bringing these forward in some point in the future that hopefully will be soon, so we can at least put some very basic things together that we as a body agree on that are asks or potential focus things and things that we would like tourism to look at, those type of things. Strategic, since we're already talking about it. Commissioner Sproutley.
Just one add-on to that, what you say. It cannot be overstressed how important it is about the choke point of the beach. And we're going to feel it in Flagler Beach this summer more than we ever have, ever. And the reason is there are several. What?
The projects.
The projects are, with every construction truck, that's one parking space fewer that we have. The effect of the pandemic, this will be the first summer that it's really fully over. So we're going to have the same level, or the same people will be back to the beach who, for various reasons, weren't before, plus all the growth between then and now. And again, with less parking than we had. So it's going to be a major issue.
And plus, entire sections of the beach closed.
Right.
Plus, entire sections of walkovers closed.
Right.
Plus, Varn Park is closed,
Right.
which is another access
Yeah.
point.
That's one of their whopping 6 that they have, which has one of the larger parking lots.
Yes.
And so the issue is, you can have beach access points, but if you are severely underserved with parking capacity, that doesn't do you any good. And just look at, and this is out of county, but a perfect case study is if you've ever driven by Matanzas Inlet on the weekend, the parking goes for 2 miles. And you know, they have like 10 parking spaces. So I wanted to bring this up because I wanted everybody to just kind of think for an upcoming meeting about your own ideas and how this new population boom that that's been unprecedented over 2 years, our asks need to be different. We didn't, I in my time here was not planning, at least for the next 5 years, to say that there's so many people in county right now. In order to try to cram all them onto this little swath of beach, you physically can't put that many in this spot. That was not planned. And so, you know, it's just like this whole water thing. The game's changed. And the water's going up faster than we planned. And so is our population. So that was all I had on that. I just wanted to get on everybody's radar.
Well, Dave Sullivan said you were a very active participant.
Oh.
He was pleased.
Oh, well, hopefully that pleased was a literal please, because
Yeah, no, he said, I didn't ask him.
I'm pretty good at being a squeaky wheel. And I plan on doing, you know, other more in-depth tourism updates. Oh, I forgot a very important point. As part of this strategic discussion, we as a body need to make sure that we are in agreement on what we plan on marching forward with as far as the grant goes. This thing will be on top of us very quick. It's over a year away, but that you have to have that shelf ready. So we have to agree on what to do, which
And get ready.
that will be a nightmare in itself, just getting us to agree on something. And then, did you like that? But then we have to get all the experts involved with putting that plan together and having that done before the deadline, far before the deadline. Preferably, it'll be so far before the deadline that no one will bother turning anything else in to compete with it. But that was all I had. I took a lot of time on that.
No, that was good stuff, though.
And we'll hopefully, it just, you know, and I guess the only ask I have is if we don't have time to do it in our strategic proper meeting, if we can make time.
Please don't make that meeting any longer.
Yeah, in an upcoming commission meeting or something.
We'll just start earlier, Jay.
Yeah,
How's that?
start at 6:30. All right, with that, we go to public comment. Any members of the public have comments that they would like to cover? Come on up. If you can, please state your name and address.
Charlie Morrow, 2230 South Flagler Avenue, which was flooded before I came tonight. I'm a 38-year resident, so I've been hearing about the stormwater forever. And I'm just sitting here thinking about, okay, the valves, yes, we have an argument with these people. But then look at us. I was here 6 months ago when we were supposed to start cleaning out these, you know, these drains. The drain in front of my house was totally covered, backed up, and it wasn't intercoastal. There was nowhere, the water couldn't go down. The drain's plugged up. So when you do this about giving us, I think we should have a start date and a finish date on cleaning out those drains. If we're gonna hold these valve people to that kind of thing, why can't we be held to that? I mean, it's been going on forever. And I know it's gonna get worse, but there's people on my street that are moving because they can't take it anymore. And if you look at a drain backing up, well, this guy have all these plans. We're gonna have a meeting. We're gonna do all. It's like the sewer coming out of your house. If you got toilet paper stopped in it, it's not gonna go down. So why do we keep on worrying about these plans? Just do that. And please, just give a date when we'll start, and we'll hold everybody to it. Is that difficult? Is it?
Okay.
Well, we'll answer all the questions after public comment periods.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just saying, I've been hearing it, and you said 6 months. Okay, let's say, because I hear all the strategic planning and this planning and this planning. We need it now. I don't need it 2 years from now, and I don't need another study. Everybody says we got to clean the drains out. So let's do it. I mean, I don't know what's so hard about that. So I think as a commission, as a city, we should be able to pick out a date when this starts and when it finishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Marshall, want hired to do some flagging?
Another 3 minutes.
No, it won't be that long. I want to just clarify a couple of things. Marshall Shoup, North Flagler. That pit that I was talking about is like a 12 or 14 feet deep pit full of stone. I don't know if there's a liner on it. The idea was to catch the water when it came off A1A and Central, so it wouldn't run downhill to Flagler and Daytona. and I don't know where the inflow is, and I don't know if it's just absorption, but I think the elevation is high enough that the bottom of that pit was above sea level, because we do have a grade there.
Marshall, can you just state where the exact location is for that?
It's in back of,
Underneath the parking lot.
right,
Okay.
they emptied that parking lot and they dug the pit and then they put the stone in. It was like number 2 stone. And then they put the sand and gravel or whatever on the top. It's the pit or the one across from John Horan's kitty corner across from his.
Got it. I don't want to mess up your comment. I just wanted that for clarity.
No, that's okay. And Lee, I appreciate all the work you're doing, and I'm always a little, because we are the U.S., and I know they make lots of nice things in Sweden, but are we thinking about buying something that we can't get parts for? And I know you probably looked into that, and I know that's maybe something that you can't really answer right now. One of the other things I think that we all have to be aware of is we've had a tremendous, in the last 10 or 12 years, a tremendous amount of construction. And every one of these driveways and houses that goes in, there's land that is not going to absorb any water. In fact, again, Larry Torino and I had conversations quite a while ago, and there was some state recommendation, maybe somebody can clear it up, it's been so long ago, but he was telling me that they're not going to allow pavers that are porous. They have to be non-porous. And I said, well, how is that? I mean, I wash my car, and before it hits the concrete at the end of my driveway, the water's gone. And he said, yeah, but what people do is they put in like a sand in between that ends up to be like Portland cement. So you end up with the water flowing so it doesn't get absorbed into those. And I think that's part of our building code, or it was some type of a state code. But I remembered that when I heard that earlier. And the only other question I'd have real quick, and I referred to what Rick had put out there, the attachment 1 and the attachment 3. Are we stopping those?
Yes.
So
that was stated earlier.
So I can tell the people that have asked me about it, because they think I'm supposed to be able to find out information, that no, they're not going to spend $500,000 or $600,000 and so on. And we have 7 houses on that little triangle that are for sale. So if anybody's looking for waterfront property.
All right, thank you, Marshall. Anybody else for public comment?
Thanks for your time.
And seeing no one, we'll close public comment. So first, there was a comment made, and this is something, City Manager, that you're going to be bringing back, not next meeting, but in another meeting, about that whole process that we talked about. There was a request made about possible start and finish date that we would obviously have to cross that when you present it later. The question was brought up about check valve durability. I can probably answer that. So during the presentation, that was discussed in the warranty and how long it was and availability of other ones. And based on what's out there in market, these particular units, and Lee, correct me if I'm misstating anything, these were kind of what Commission thought would be the best valve for the money and the direction to go and durability. Would I be stating that correctly? Okay. Porous pavers, this would be a question that we would probably have to come back and get answered from Larry. I remember those being discussed in the LDR meetings.
I think I can probably, I'm off the cuff a little bit here, but just from other experience, I suspect what Marshall is referring to is, I suspect he is referring to the new LDRs, and I think I think Larry was addressing those in the new LDRs, and I think Lee, you might have some input here too. The problem that I've experienced in other jurisdictions with porous pavers is, yes, they were getting credit for those porous pavers, but a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the road, those porous pavers were no longer porous, and so they were seep flowing water as if they were concrete, yet they had put what is now not porous on more of the property using those credits. So I suspect that's what Marshall is referring to. Is a discussion along those lines.
And even using sealers on them too. Lee, do you have any input on that, or did that cover it?
Well, there's a caveat that comes with those pervious pavers, and that is the understructure, how it's constructed. And I have a sheet that we give out to every permittee that applies for something that is going to have pervious pavers in it. They have to construct it that way. And if it's not constructed properly, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to turn into all the material that normally would filter down through and then be absorbed by the underlayment. Doesn't happen. So it has to be done right.
And I know I've stopped at booths where there are salespeople for those at the League of Cities meetings, and they're very strong about that it has to be put down properly.
Exactly.
It's like the Tiger Dam things. Yeah, they may not have made sure it was, flat level underneath. So yeah, definitely.
Now, I don't know if Marshall was talking about turf blocks. You know what those are? Those open-celled blocks that you fill with.
I think he was just talking about pavers, but y'all can talk after the meeting.
Yeah, those eventually turn very, very hard, and they shed water.
Okay. That answered all the questions. And then
Motion
with
to
that,
adjourn.
We're done. Second. All right, thank you.
Okay, I keep thinking, I know you answered this, and then I left my notes someplace. I want to give you money for, and 8 and whatever.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.